I guess we may as well start. Oh, you're standing right over me. That's very rude. Can you please move? How do I find your lair? How's everybody doing today? Let me move the holiday Uma Musume to the corner over here. Hey, you're fine right over here. There you go. Hello, sort of a demon. Congratulations on once again claiming first. While everyone else is lacking, you are ever present. So, we're gonna react to a little bit of slop. That's what we're here to do. That's what we have to do. Oh, there's also an ad starting very soon. You know what? We may as well we're gonna run a quick. I keep forgetting to run ads to kill pre-rolls or whatever the hell it's supposed to be. Crystal Prison for all Scrooge-like Santa deniers. Was Scrooge a Santa denier? I don't believe he was. The complaint about Scrooge was different. And at the end of it, he was successfully re-educated into being jolly, so I think he's off the hook. My layers are wrong. There we go. Okay. I forget what my tabs even are at this point because I have way too many open. How is the audio, by the way? Please let me know if anything needs adjustment. If not, we're going to continue as we were.
I moved to Japan because there's no black people here, and you can walk around at night.
How did this end up on my feed?
They leave the key in the bike lock.
But where's the lie? Something I spotted right as I was preparing to go live. Apparently, the malignant kami, also known as the head of the Reiwa Shinsengumi party, violently crashed out in the Diet over a deportation vote. He wasn't. You're just filled with Christmas cheer and hate. Very understandable.
新選組の山本太郎代表は8日、参議院法務委員会で入管法改正案の採決を阻止するため、委員長席に向けて
helplessly flailing like the little twink that he
飛び
is.
かかり、国会議員2人に怪我をさせました。
He injured 2 Diet members. Interesting. I would like to see him receive charges and be thrown into prison until the end of his life. But in other news, reporting on the news of the raped, 762 by 39 now averages 90 cents a shot. I laugh because AK heads were laughing at me for buying a primary rifle and 300 blackout. Well, who's laughing now, bitch? And it's not even good 762 by 39. I think that AK fans deserve all of the bad things that happen to them, including 762 by 39 prices. All right, moving swiftly through our collection of tabs here. I don't know how to put this. I don't know how to put this in a way that's nice. And this is going to hurt you as much as it's going to hurt me, Nick, but I am going to have to agree with the following Nick Fuente's statement.
So this is the Vivek Ramaswamy speech. Like I said, I think I'm going to go to Ohio, and the word that we're looking for is denial.
Mm-hmm.
We have to deny Vivek Ramaswamy the governorship. This is the only race I care about in 26. It's the only one I care about. People talk about, well, we got to keep the House and whatever. This is the race that I care about. This anchor baby cannot become the governor of Ohio. I don't care if it's a Jewish woman that wins. The anchor baby cannot become the governor of Ohio, because what kind of message would that send?
I see, again, because Nick's message needs to be adapted to people with double-digit IQs, he is focusing on the anchor baby aspect of Vivek Ramaswamy. The problem with Vivek isn't just that he is an anchor baby. The problem with Vivek is that he is an uppity anti-American turd who thinks that he is better than heritage Americans. Like the whole non sequitur discussion of, oh, well, they believe that they're more American than them other naturalized paperwork Americans. Yes. The thing is, if I can't tell that you're American by your demeanor, the religion you practice, the way you dress, the way you act, some of the rationales that you pursue in how you think our society should function, then perhaps you are not American at all. Again, I understand that Groypers are typically congenitally retarded. Well, at least a large part of them are, so Nick needs to simplify the message to a significant extent. But I have to agree with the core of the issue. Absolutely the fuck not. Vivek Ramaswamy should not be allowed to take governorship in Ohio. And with the way he's polling, he is apparently as repugnant to female voters as he is to right-wing voters, which are predominantly men. Which, I mean, it does track with statistics that are available to us that Indian men are wildly unpopular amongst women, except Russian women for some reason. But that's a tangent for an entirely different day. Your good friend became an AK enjoyer the correct way. There is no such thing as the correct way to enjoy an AK. He played too much Stalker in Metro. His first AK was chambered in 5.56. Yuck.
That sends a message.
Listen, just be a man and buy a CMMG mutant. Like, if you really want to let people know that you're weird, shit, just a second, I need to take this one off screen. Okay, let's see. Firearms. Do they not have the mutant here? 7.62 by 39. Crashing out over Brian guys going home is crazy, I know, right? See, now this is the correct way to run 762 by 39, if there ever was one, because it's a limp dick round that doesn't really do anything. But like, if you're going to be cringe, at least be cringe with a cool rifle. Get yourself a Resolute, which previously was referred to as the Mutant, the Mark 47, which is basically an AR that runs 762 by 39 and accepts the cringe fucking rock and lock magazines.
That you could say and do anything to white people. They'll tolerate any level of disrespect. White people tell themselves, well, I gotta go and vote. I mean, what are we gonna have, a Democrat? You're gonna affirmatively vote for somebody that has told you that he owns your country, your heritage means nothing, your ancestry, the struggles.
Someone who proactively goes out of his way to tell you that you as a demographic suck.
Of your ancestors means nothing. So what means anything to you? Seriously. Think about it. Your ancestors fought and died fighting the Indians, fighting in the Civil War, fighting in the Revolutionary War, fighting to even have this country. Someone comes here from India in the 80s, anchor baby, on a visa for like a tech company, and says, I'm just as American as you guys. I'm just as American as George Washington. You affirmatively vote for this person. He spits on the graves of your ancestors. What matters to you, actually? He's not even a Christian anyway. There'll be no Christmas in the Vivek Ramaswamy governor's mansion.
Also
They'll be
not
celebrating
wrong.
Diwali. Could you imagine? No nativity scene. No,
I don't think
Christmas carol.
I don't think they celebrate Diwali in the same season as Christmas, but the point is overall still correct.
No consecration on the altar of Christ. No reverence for the newborn king.
I mean, listen, like, a broken clock is right twice per day. Like, it would be disingenuous of me to hear Nick Fuentes make a genuinely good fucking point and go out of my way to disagree with him just because I don't like him as an individual. Like, that would make me a hack. Apologies, I'm drinking some lemon juice and some San Pellegrino, so I'm getting a little gassy.
On Christmas in Ohio, what a world. What has America come to? He has to be denied next year. So we'll be going out telling people, vote for a protest candidate, vote for the Democrat, vote for a third party, don't vote, vote for anyone else. Do not give the anchor baby your vote. Disgusting. And that's a message for Vance in 28. If Vance or anybody else wants to be president in 2028, we need to put on a little show for them in 2026.
I mean, given that this is a significantly lower stakes election, I think this is fine. It is fine to have Republicans burn themselves on Vivek, to understand that, I'm sorry, but no, the lib consensus of tabula rasa, the blank slateism actually does not fly. We actually fucking hate Vivek Ramaswamy, and all of the fucking Indians have to go. And, you know, having Ohio be governed by a Democrat is an acceptable price to pay for that. As long as they're able to pull their heads out of their ass and course correct in time for the presidential run, I think it's okay to do that. Like, this is very much a spare the rod, spoil the child kind of way, kind of thing here. So yeah, I think that it is a mistake to endorse Vivek. I think that he needs to be made to eat shit. Not that he would mind. I hear it's a tradition amongst his people. So yeah. Sorry, I think I thought my door made a sound there. All right, moving on. Further news and dipshittery. So, Rare Breed triggers continue burning down what's left of their reputation within the gun space. And they have now filed a patent infringement lawsuit against Hoffman Tactical. So, Timothy Hoffman writes, they didn't even have the kindness to send me a cease and desist. How hurtful. For those of you out of the loop, I am being sued for freely sharing my invention with the public. That is actually very true. He did just let people use the super safety design for free. He never charged royalties to anyone, and that is why it is sort of the predominant design out in the market. Which also, by the way, I believe predates the rare breed design, the rare breed cassette trigger design. By a company who has amended a patent with new claims in a poor attempt to capture my humble innovation. So, yeah. Rare Breed is about to suck a bag of dicks because they don't really have a case here. And they get to also anger the entire 2A community as a little treat. As a little treat, which is a shame because their trigger is the rare solution that runs in an MCX without having to spend $1,000. So I guess I'm stuck with AS Design because spending money on Rare Breed is just not a responsible use of my money. All right, what is
India
this?
is one of the greatest nations on earth.
Big if true?
Whoa, 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 whoa. It's the greatest nation on earth. Hey, in Canada and the UK, Indians already account for 90% of the total population. But in America, they only hold 70% of H-1B visas. It should be 100.
Like how a is completely powerless without his little hat to shield him from God's shame. Your country is nothing without 6 million Indians. America is a totally wasteful country. Clean air, abundant wildlife, houses you can live in, safe communities free from crime, all the result of having to live with stupid white people. But the solution is simple.
6 million more Indians. India is one of the most beautiful countries on earth, filled with landscapes, vistas, and a je ne sais quoi
The Elder Scrolls music really sells it.
reminiscent of a Ghibli movie.
Can you believe that a country 1/3 the size of America can sustain a population of 1.5 billion people?
How do they do it?
2.5
Well, they
million
can't.
Indians die each year as a result of air pollution. That's equivalent to the entire population of Houston, Texas, dying every year from just breathing air. Vehicle emissions are a serious problem. At any moment in America, 50,000 garbage trucks are on the roads burning toxic fossil fuels to deliver your garbage from one place to another. That's retarded.
India has taken a much smarter approach. By dumping 15 billion pounds of garbage into the streets and rivers every year, they make
But think of how exactly sort of think of how much izat they gain by just dumping the garbage into the river.
managed to save the planet from 11 million metric tons of carbon dioxide.
See, right there, plus 10,000 izat.
Statistically, half of the garbage India produces ends up on the ground outside.
But trash isn't all they're dumping. Believe it or not, only 60% of India's population openly defecates in the streets and rivers.
Only 60%.
Meaning, 900 million people fertilize their trash-littered streets with life-sustaining diarrhea every single day.
From food to entertainment, your once predominantly white country is now most likely a melting pot of high IQ, overachieving third worlders, each bringing an integral piece from their
Nearly 2/3 of convicted rapists in Sweden are migrants. First or second
culture
generation.
to be absorbed into your society. White colonizers brought hamburgers, buildings, jobs, roads, toilets.
Africans brought fried chicken, crime, and single mothers. The only thing
Listen, they really didn't. Not the fried chicken. I'm sorry, Colonel Sanders had them beat there.
missing is India's garbage shit
They do consume a shit ton of it, according to the EBT stats.
mess and their world-class cuisine.
From light brown shit to dark brown shit, India leads the charge on what it means to eat things. Award-winning chefs suck deep dick shit.
I'm sorry, but this is funnier than calling the YouTube CEO Skidhar Puchaya.
Once said natural bacteria is the most important seasoning of any meal, and I believe 500,000 Indians shit themselves to death every year.
That is my new favorite stat. More than half a million Indians each year shit themselves to death.
That is a real stat.
For some reason, racist.
Oh no, Terry, I assume that's your subscription. If you have just purchased a subscription to the Kuromaru Onii-san channel, your penis has just grown by 3 inches and an additional inch for each subsequent subscription tier. Effects do not last after subscriptions expire, and you will also never be cursed to visit India. 60% of the Indian population is approximately 800 million people. Oh, that is dire.
Bigots in America seems to think that it's dangerous to have 200,000 non-English speaking Indians driving 80,000-pound killing machines all over.
Is he like, I'm less concerned with them being Also, thank you for the proom. It did not show the notification there. Oh no, how will I ever cope with not seeing a landfill with your own eyes? Yeah, I know. Fuck. But the problem isn't even so much that they're not fluent English speakers. The problem is that they're retarded. Like, the average IQ of an Indian is 70 IQ. I don't want people like that driving
over their highways. But you're wrong.
And racist. Despite only having 1% of the world's cars, India is responsible for 11% of total global vehicle deaths every year.
Oh, we have a new statistic to statistic post. Despite only...
It's not just because they have the most people. It's because they have the most people. But when they do get into an accident, that's when their integrity truly shines.
Meet my friend Jasakrat Singh, a Canadian semi-driver who ran a stop sign and T-boned a bus carrying a youth hockey team.
The Humboldt Broncos junior hockey team was on the way to a game Friday when their bus was broadsided by a semi, killing at least 15.
Holy
The worst
shit.
nightmare has happened.
Authorities say the team, with players ranging in age from 16 to 21, was scheduled to play in Nipperman.
Oh, hold the
Ranging
fuck
in
up.
age.
Sidhu tells victims of Humboldt Broncos bus crash, it happened because of my lack of experience. Then why the fuck are you driving a semi-truck? We were still allowed to exist in Canada somehow, I know, right? Imagine just T-boning a bus, killing 15 people, and for some reason, your entire diaspora isn't just purged from the country.
From 16 to 21 was scheduled to play in Nipperman.
Opinion: why we shouldn't deport the truck driver? Oh, do tell. Who is the author? I don't want to know.
He killed 16 white teenagers, and Mr. Singh spent 3 years in jail and is
3 years for killing 16 teenagers. 3 years. There are people who did more time for mean tweets. I'm pretty sure in Canada as well.
now out freely roaming the streets of Canada. And many will say that he deserves the death penalty for what he did, but he says he deserves something.
I disagree. I think every Indian deserves to be deported for that.
Far worse. Deportation back to India.
Indians aren't the only great people of color coming into your country. And while you may feel overwhelmed by the Haitians and Somalians, Indian drivers
Is there a difference?
provide a unique solution. Remember that Indian truck driver that did an illegal U-turn and killed that family? That family was Haitian, and
Oh, never mind them. I'm immediately less pissed about that.
the Indian driver was just deporting them back to heaven.
If you want to show your love and support for India, stop by wifewatches.com. I'm running a merch sale on new shirts right now. You can get one like this beautiful Do Not Redeem shirt, King of Gift Cards. I got a new Epstein shirt.
The do not redeem one goes kind of hard. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to follow. Okay. Not to bring down the holiday spirit. We do have some jolly news. Ian Cranston, for those of you who don't remember, we're gonna go over his particular case, but Ian Cranston's conviction reversed in Barry Washington Jr. shooting. New trial possible. This was back in November. I did not spot this as it was happening. Just let that one end up shorting the trip and landing in the ocean. True, real and true. I really don't like the way this article is front-loading it. The convicted killer of a black man. No, he is not. He's a guy who had to defend himself against a deranged lunatic, is the more correct way, and was railroaded because we were currently in the throes of Fent fever, also known as the Summer of Love. Led to a racial reckoning in Bend, may get a new trial. The Oregon Court of Appeals last week reversed the conviction of Ian Cranston, a Redmond man who was sentenced to 10 years in prison after he fatally shot, in self-defense, Barry Washington Jr., who was in the process of chimping out outside of a nightclub in downtown Bend. 3 years after Cranston's sentence, the decision could result in a redo of one of Central Oregon's most high-profile trials. The self-defense killing led to protests over racism, in Central Oregon because Cranston, who is white, shot Washington, who was chimping out. Sure would be a rough time if racial reckoning got redefined. Yeah, you see, I really like the way that Sargon has been explaining this recently, and which is why I am increasingly referring to Fuentes as Fuentes the Golem, because retarded leftists are making more groypers every day with every fucking decision they make. Like, you are creating the reality that you so fear. All you had to do was leave video games the fuck alone, and you would have been fine. Just a second, I need to check my blinking. I think I'm suffering from a case of a slightly lazy eye on my model here. Let's see, blink threshold. Let's raise that ever so slightly. I think that's fine. Yeah, there you go. Right, where were we? The decision comes day after the city unveiled a new plaque to honor Washington on the sidewalk. Why? Washington's mother, LaWanda Robertson, told Bulletin in an email that she and her family were torn to pieces at the news of the reversal. Well, maybe, I don't know, fucking raise your children in a way that they don't chimp out at strangers. The news of having to relive the traumatic experience or even have him get out early has me so sad and angry at the same time. Son's life is being minimized all over again. Well, he shouldn't have antagonized a group of people starting a fight. Then he would have been alive. That wouldn't, that's the kind of thing that sort of happens when, where's the dad? Where's the dad of the boy? Dad's not present? Gee, how was I able to guess that? What kind of orb pondering revealed that to me? In September, Cranston appealed his conviction of a first-degree manslaughter with a firearm, first-degree assault, and unlawful use of a weapon. Cranston pleaded not guilty to the charges, correct, arguing that he had acted in self-defense, which is correct. The appeal argued that during Cranston's trial in Bend, the jury wasn't properly informed that Oregon self-defense laws don't include a duty to retreat. That's correct. The jury was not instructed that there is no duty to retreat clause in Oregon. During the trial, prosecutors questioned Cranston about why he didn't back away from the altercation. Yeah, the glowing intensifies. That's very true. Didn't back away from the altercation with Washington before shooting him. That's actually an incorrect statement, because he did try to back away from the altercation, because Washington was harassing his girlfriend. She told him no. They told him no, she's not interested. They went outside. Washington pursued them and engaged in a fight. So technically, they did try to retreat, but he pursued them. We always believed that a jury given correct instruction about the law of self-defense would find that Ian Cranston Ian's actions were fully lawful and justified. A lawyer representing Cranston said in an email, "We are grateful to the Court of Appeals for recognizing that the jury in the first trial was not instructed properly. And we expect that the second trial, there will be no doubt about Ian's innocence." This is why you never skip jury duty, Oni Dojo. Whenever you get a jury summons, don't you fucking dare skip out on that. Don't make up excuses. Go there. Do not glow during jury selection. Give the most normie NPC answers to anything. You watch sports ball. You don't own any guns. Excuse me. And I don't know, make it up as you go. Just fabricate the most milquetoast personality you can, and whenever it's a self-defense shooting like this, it's either not guilty or you hang the fucking jury. So that the case gets thrown out on a mistrial. County District Attorney Steve Gunnell said his office is waiting for a decision on whether the Oregon Department of Justice will petition the Oregon Supreme Court to review the lower court's decision. If that doesn't happen, or the petition is unsuccessful, the case would return to Dutchess County for a new trial. Prosecutors would be presenting similar evidence at the first case. Oh, really? Would the prosecutors be presenting Washington's social media posts? You know, the same social media post where he said, if your boyfriend white, you're single to me, the fuck Jimmy gon' do? Well, apparently Jimmy's gonna shoot you center mass and leave you out to bleed out like a dog. Make sure to present that evidence as a part of his fucking character statement. You love the answer to that question? Yeah. I guess we now know what exactly what Jimmy gon' do. The retrial orders are very difficult on the victims' families. Who gives a fuck? Fatherless behavior. All right, time for the video slop. This I've also just spotted. So we like Basecamp. We enjoy the odd Basecamp video. There is no victim here, just a good man and a piece of shit. Yeah, exactly. And the good man is now being victimized by the justice system because they were afraid that there's going to be another big chimp out if they had handed down the correct judgment of it's a justifiable homicide as part of self-defense. Newsflash, don't start fights with other people and then you're not going to get shot. More on that in News at 11.
Mag dumping in the trash today during deer season.
Hell yeah.
Get back.
We have a new word for you guys. It's kind of like our slur, but Dalton came up with it.
What's up, campers?
Ladies,
Get here when you can, brother.
it is finally job shirt season.
What's up, campers, and welcome back to Base Camp. So, something I notice a lot in this community is that
Damn, he just says it with a hard R like that.
there seems to be a repeatable cycle of credit card debt and mediocrity when it comes to buying new equipment that really could be completely avoided. If you're like me, you have a basic striker-fired handgun
Hey, I have the same gun on my desk.
that you carry and you train with.
I feel so seen. Did he just call you a camper with a hard R? Yes, he did.
All right, so these are my last 7 shots for the day, and then I go home. My wife is baking sourdough.
Nice.
I would like to eat some bread.
But somewhere deep down in your heart, you
I judge the optic selection. Like, why would you put a hollow sun optic on a gun that is nice as that?
truly believe that you would be a better shooter if you went out and bought that 2011. You watch all the really big guys here on YouTube show off the newest, craziest, most expensive things, and then at the end of their video they say go train, and you nod your head in based approval, but you still catch yourself looking down at your Glock like it's an Alabama 4 the morning after, and you catch yourself spending 38 minutes of company time sitting on the toilet watching a video on the latest, newest, most expensive thing that you don't really—
Joke's on you, I don't use the bathroom at work because I don't like to. That's an entirely different tangent. I've actually found myself, speaking of the 19X that he has in frame, this is my favorite fidget toy on my desk. That is the reason why I keep it unloaded and with visible snap caps. But I have noticed that it has made me a better shooter. Just constantly fidgeting with the gun, like practicing my master grip, practicing my trigger pull to get it to a place where I'm not moving the iron sight as I go through the motion of a trigger pull. I am having unreasonable amounts of fun and results with the 19X because I constantly dry fire with it. Like, I have hours of dry fire per week at this point. And once I got the extended magazine, I also constantly practice my reloads. So my weapons handling is getting better by the day. And I don't really feel a need for a 2011. Like, would I like a trigger that has a little bit less travel? Maybe. I'm not even entirely sure there. The things that I would add or quote-unquote change on this gun is a tungsten guide rod, a compensator, and a red dot, and a light. That's it. Not to shoot better, but to just make it a more capable gun. Like, I shoot it fairly well as is. Fidgeting with a desk gun as God intended. Yeah, exactly.
Need, all while stealing time from your employer and slowly circling the drain before inevitably pressing the button that says finance over 24 months.
I'm actually a pretty good handgun shooter.
You tell your friends?
I'll probably get a 2011 later this year because I've honestly just outgrown my Glock.
There's no such thing as outgrowing a Glock. Also, if you're going to finance something, finance something that you can pay for in 4 payments. 24 is a little bit ridiculous. And if I were to spend in excess of $2,000 on a gun, I'm definitely not buying a fucking 2011. I'm buying a Mark 18.
You say, even though you know in your heart that you can't put 6 shots in the A zone at 20 yards.
I just really like the idea of carrying a more capable handgun.
Somewhere in Southern California, Taryn Butler smiles. I think this video is going to come out around Christmas time, and so...
See, that's the thing. Taryn is perfectly fine with the Glock platform, but what Taryn does do... I'm trying to think of that. Yeah, he did that. What Taryn does do. Sorry, just because his last name is that his last name? Taryn. He's Taryn Butler. Okay, so it's his first name. Sorry, it's an unusual first name, so I wasn't sure it made sense grammatically. But what Taryn does is he Gucci's the shit out of the Glocks that he uses. It is ostensibly a Glock, but it is a Taryn tactical Glock. And I think that's an unfortunate frame to freeze the video on. I'm very sorry. There we go. That's a little bit better. But that is, I think, the approach here. Like, no Glock is fun to shoot out of the box. Let's be transparent here, because the trigger needs a little bit of a break-in period. They're a little bit fucky-wucky in terms of the stock iron sights. The 19X is a little bit better in that sense because it already comes with good steel sights. The extended magazine makes things a little bit more fun. But at the end of the day, the point of the Glock is not to be a perfect gun out of the box. It is to be a consistent gun out of the box, which you then build out to what you need the gun to be. And then it becomes the best gun in the world. And because of that, there is no such thing as outgrowing a Glock.
I wanted to just discuss, how do we know when it's time to justifiably upgrade to that newer, shinier gun?
I'm sorry, are you shooting green tip 308?
These are my good ones. I have 4, not green tip.
So armor-piercing deer ammo.
Well, you get out here in the woods like this.
Yeah, some of them have been wearing plates.
What is up, campers? You probably see me looking like a psychopath here wondering what I'm holding, but what you should be wondering is what am I wearing? And this is the Invader Concepts 44 Magnum chest holster.
Okay.
Paired with a tactical Zen holster that fits directly onto their own design. Now, if you go to their website and use code BASECAMP at checkout, you will get 10% off your purchase. Plus, they give you a nice little wristband and a sticker. And those things are pretty cool, man. And for those of you that were wondering, this is the heart of a deer.
You know what feels great against my cheeks?
What's that?
Nothing. You know what's second best?
What's that?
Barbell Apparel's covert pants.
Stop dipping. Do not dip. It's not a good habit. It's still nicotine. You still have a chemical dependence. Put down the fucking Zen.
We've worn them all day. We will wear them out at some point.
That's as far as I go.
And guess what? Not only are they cool, they're tactical.
That was thick. That was a good one. Can we stop? Make sure you tell them Basecamp sent you.
Tell who?
Barbell Apparel.
What do you need? Barbell apparel? I mean, it's okay. They're jeans. Like, again, I can't wear jeans. Even the barbell apparel ones, I don't think will fit me well. Just because of how girthy my thigh is compared to my waistband.
So high. I got ups, boy. You only got ups like these with Barbell Apparel. Make sure you tell them Basecamp sent you.
Also, to be fair, I find any pants that don't allow me to throw a high roundhouse kick with like a good wide amplitude to be very uncomfortable. You need the gym holster. Just carrying a fanny pack, that's not a gym holster. Like nothing shown here is a gym holster. The chest rig is definitely not a gym holster. Just get yourself a Vertex sock pea fanny pack. Oh, Zen holster? No, you do not need a Zen holster because you should not be using Zen.
Yeah.
Now, this is not a video like gatekeeping nice stuff. If you have the ability to go out and just drop cash on nice things, go for it. We live in America. It's a free country. Do whatever you want. I just noticed that I think oftentimes we can really equate, whether we know that we're doing it or not, dollars spent to skill level. And while that is sometimes true, is I would trust my life a lot more to a Geisley rifle than I would something like a really cheap, like $300 Radical Firearms AR, we seem to wind up in a reoccurring pattern of seeking the newest, shiniest, best new thing when we could just be getting better with the gear that we currently have. Now, on the other side of the aisle, you do hear all the time the advice of it's the skills, it's not the gear. And while I do agree with that, there will and there should hopefully come a time in which your skill level outgrows the gear that you have. That's called progress. Now, quick departure here. If you're watching this with your girlfriend or your wife,
You do need a chest holster for your 44. I don't like chest holsters, especially for open carry, because the location is conspicuous, and in a hypothetical force-on-force weapon retention scenario, I don't like having, any of my hurdy things to be in front of me. The only thing that I want to be in front of me are things that are useless for the purpose of hurting me further, while everything that I need to hurt you in a force-on-force scenario is immediately reachable from angles that are convenient to me.
wife. Good evening, madam. If you are this fine gentleman's wife, disregard the thesis of this video. This has nothing to do with him. Your husband actually does need a new gun. He reached out and sent me a DM, and upon inspection, all of his guns are bad and old. They're too bad to even trade in. He really does need a new one. If you are this fine gentleman's girlfriend, then well, I'm sorry, but you guys don't really get a say in each other's finances yet, so either get married or congratulate him on his new gun. Now, most people don't outgrow guns, they outgrow motivation. A year ago, I was at a range shooting a Glock, and some old timer rolled up next to me and pulled out like a $5,000 Atlas 2011. He was a super cool dude, and he offered to let me put a few magazines through the Atlas, and oh my gosh, I have never shot a better group faster at distance than I did with that Atlas. And I think about that every single day. At least I know if someone is 15 yards away from me, I'm gonna hit them. It might not be center mass, but like
just point shooting like this. Those are both A-zone hits, dude. Come on.
I've come pretty close to buying a very nice handgun multiple times, and to be completely honest,
see, that's the thing. I think the 19X is a nice handgun.
We likely will end up with some 2011s on the channel because at the end of the day, we do run a firearms-focused YouTube channel, and we need to feed the machine. You're the machine. I hope you're hungry. But
and to be fair, he can also write it off as an expense on his taxes.
When it comes to my shooting skills, I'm actually really guilty of thinking about that Atlas every time I go to make a purchasing decision.
You know what? Maybe I'm as good as I can ever be with this Glock. Maybe I do need a 2011.
Then you come across something like that, and you get snapped back into the cold, hard, bottomless chair of reality. All right, so let's talk about when is it actually time to upgrade your kit. After breaking it down, there seem to be 3 categories of qualifiers to consider when deciding if you should actually spend your hard-earned money on new gear. Category 1, maybe your gear actually does suck. Believe it or not, this is a category that a lot of us will find ourselves in very early into our firearms journey. Oftentimes,
yeah, like when a Discord channel gaslights you into buying like a fucking Ruger or instead of a Glock.
What we see is someone starting out with a really cheap handgun and a budget AR-15 and immediately going out and buying the full Amazon slop accessory kit to complement everything that they've just put together. Then when you actually go out and train in your kit, if you do, you'll find that your optic loses 0 constantly, your light output is basically equivalent to a candle in the moonlight, your sling rubs raw spots onto your body that would make Sean Combs jealous, and that really good deal of a plate carrier completely falls apart after you move under heavy load for longer than 20 minutes. Add into that QC and issues we typically find in budget fire.
No, I'm plenty American to just make enough money to not need to buy a Ruger. Thank you very much.
Firearms assembly, I've seen bolt carriers in cheap AR-15s snap in half.
Hit it! It's not doing anything.
Nope. Keep working. No. We're working through this. Keep going. There it is. Jam.
A lot of stuff in the firearms world is cheap for a reason, and at the really low tier of the price range, you do absolutely get what you pay for.
Palmetto State Armory.
And these are issues that actually can and should be solved by spending money on better stuff. Even better, these issues could be completely avoided if you manage to skip this step and just invest in mid-range gear off the bat, but we can't all be that lucky. So let's say that you already have the basic old reliable setup of a Glock and like a mid-range AR-15 and you have quality kit to go with it. Well, when and what should you upgrade next? Category 2, your context has changed. This is something that's happened to me quite a bit, and it's actually relatively normal for anyone in the firearms space. It's here though that we really can start to see the line between need and want begin to blur. It's really easy to say that I need a new optic if my current optic has broken.
I would say the baseline for an AR-15 that you shouldn't go below is Aero Precision. Like, you should never buy anything that's worse than an Aero Precision, but an Aero Precision is also, like, you can take that gun very, very far. I wouldn't say that I fucked up, but I've definitely created challenges for myself by going with a SIG MCX. Not because it's a bad platform, and not because the particular MCX that I have has any issues, but I have definitely gimped myself in terms of readily available accessories. For example, I had to buy a SIG can despite not wanting to give SIG money, because a SIG Sauer 762 can is the only thing that fits inside of the fucking handguard reliably. Like, I would have preferred to buy a Huxworks can, but the Huxworks can does not fit inside of the handguard. So my choices were buy a Sig Sauer can or buy a Huxworks can and then look for a barrel that is going to be long enough to clear the handrail, which sort of defeats the fucking purpose of having an SD handrail in the first place. Forced reset trigger solutions. Because I run an MCX, I can't just put an Atreus development super selector into the lower because it's just not going to run. So the only consistent thing I have is either giving money to Rarebreed, which I would prefer not to, because Rarebreed triggers do run despite being bad triggers, or I need to spend $1,000 buying a super safety cut Geisley trigger, if I want a trigger as nice as my current one, buying a slip kit, which is another $300, and buying the AS Design clutch build, which is another $300, when it's even in fucking stock. So, yeah, I think that just get yourself a baseline AR.
It's also really easy to say.
Also, never mind that I spend 60 cents on a round, as opposed to the 20 that I would have paid if I have been running a 5.56.
Hey, I need a new optic if I already have an optic for every single firearm and I have 2 spare Romeo 5s in my garage. So what does a change in context look like, and how does it warrant spending money to upgrade your kit? Well, say for instance you have like a really good quality concealed carry holster, and you want to start getting into competitions, but the competitions require a level 2, level 3 style duty holster. Now your context has changed, and so by buying that new holster, it is allowing you to do things that you wouldn't have been able to do before you bought the holster.
Correct.
Let's say you've got the standard 16-inch upper receiver on your AR, and you get your first suppressor. After going to the range a couple times, you probably are going to start to think, man, I would really like a shorter upper receiver with an adjustable gas system. That's actually pretty reasonable, as the context for wanting that new and nicer upper receiver for suppressed usage, it's shifted from I want this to it would make a lot of sense for me to have X because of Y. Let's say you've got a pretty good quality red dot and you're actually very good with it, but you either get
I will contextualize this for myself. I have a full-sized handgun that I would like to open carry because I occasionally open carry. However, in order to open carry responsibly, I would prefer to do so in a level 3 retention holster. Most level 3 retention holsters are fucking expensive. So what I will likely end up doing is I will get a Surefire X300 Lite for the Glock, and only then I will get a level 3 retention holster. Because that way I won't have to rebuy a $200 holster for my full-size duty gun. And I'll be able to open carry it safely. And once I have that retention holster, I can start training for the tactical games. Because the tactical games require that you have at least a level 2 retention holster. They also require that you have a suppressed, full-sized, range-capable rifle, which I can do with the SIG MCX. My MCX throws rounds far enough. It would benefit from having magnification. The choice here would be to either put a magnifier on the MCX, which is the cheaper solution. Then I would need to contend with learning the correct ballistics of a 300 blackout out of a 5-inch barrel, which is, doing a little bit of math, or maybe slapping an LPVL on top of it, which I would prefer to not do. Or, alternatively, I can build out the Aero Precision lower into an 18-ish inch sort of DMR.
Access to a new range, or you get a friend with private land, and for the first time ever you're able to stretch your engagement distances out to like 400, 500 yards, it would make a lot of sense for you to get an LPVO. Notice here that all of these upgrades and purchases allow you to do something that you weren't physically able to do before you made the purchase. It's not as if I could train a lot with this concealment holster and the tactical games would say, hey, don't worry about our requirements, you're really good drawing from concealment, we're gonna let you run the course. No, it's a rule, and I can't compete without the duty holster.
How's your draw
He's also preparing for the tactical games. He's got that bug in him now.
from that holster?
Fuck, you flag yourself so badly out of that thing.
It's also not as if you can be so good shooting with a red dot that you wouldn't benefit from magnification at 500 yards. When the context of what you're doing changes and you have an actual why behind the purchase, then yeah, go for it. Category 3, you have maxed out the capabilities of your current setup. This is by far the rarest situation to find yourself in, yet it's really the one we like to place ourselves in the most, because this is the category that allows us to justify going out and buying a newer, nicer, more expensive gun. But funny enough, a lot of people will ignore and skip category 2 completely and put off buying things they actually probably really need and jump straight into category 3 to buy something that they want.
My Unity riser needs to be readjusted again. Or you can just move with it. That's what I did.
Holy crap, yeah.
I can fix it really quick if you want.
No.
At the really low end of the spectrum here, we can look at something like pistol red dots. I'm a firm believer that just about every single handgun out there will massively benefit from having a red dot. But at the same time, for brand new shooters, I do think it's kind of necessary that before getting a red dot, they put 1,000 or 2,000 rounds through their handgun to get very comfortable and familiar with irons. In this example, once somebody has become so comfortable shooting with iron sights that now not having a red dot is actually holding them back, then yeah, it's time for a red dot. And this same philosophy applies at a larger scale to firearms. So at the really, really high end of the spectrum, when do you need a $4,000 handgun?
Yeah, I would say insisting on running irons as Luddite is very, very much a Luddite attitude. I'm sorry, we've figured out pistol red dots. Pistol red dots are just simply better for what you're trying to do with the firearm. Yes, learn how to work with focal planes. Go through that, but eventually you do need a dot.
Well, maybe never. If we're going off the word need and not want, then it's when you've reached the point that you have mastered your current handgun to the point where you can pinpoint the exact issues the handgun is causing as opposed to the issues that your lack of skills are causing. As an example of this, I think when someone like Ben Steger talks about he's able to notice that the mechanical accuracy of his Glocks is a little bit better than the mechanical accuracy of his M&P, that's somebody who's mastered a platform. Now, I'm not saying you have to shoot at a world-class level to justify a nicer gun. That's not what this is. But we do really often see that people are very quick to say, I'd be better with XYZ gun of the week and spending a few $1,000s, when they could just be better by keeping their current setup and dry firing in the garage like a red-blooded American patriot.
I'm not good at this.
And yeah, sometimes a really nice gun will actually make you shoot better. But if you ever have to go back to more of a basic handgun, then your lack of training is going to come back to bite you in the ass. The best advice I can give you is you really do not want to be the guy who shoots pretty good with a really expensive gun, and then when you have to use your friend's Glock, you can't even shoot it.
What is that?
So here's a little test I put together to help you determine, should you buy the new thing? And if you can confidently answer all 4 of these questions, then yeah, go for it. But if you fail to have a concrete answer for even one of these questions, then it might be in your best interest to go back to the drawing board and try to diagnose your training issues before you try to remedy the problem with your wallet. So first question, what specific problem am I experiencing? So the first thing here, you need to actually be able to diagnose an issue. I flat out refuse to accept saying it just doesn't shoot good as a reason to justify spending your money.
Oh yeah, let's use the example. You're guilty of enjoying obsolescence. You may consider putting a scope on your Super Black Hawk, but you're never putting a red dot on it. I keep forgetting what a Super Black Hawk is. It's some... Super... Super Black Hawk 44. Oh, it's a Ruger. Okay, listen. Like, this is a safe queen. Yes, 44 Magnum still is. This is an edge case. Like, this is definitely not a gun that needs a red dot. Like, this is very, very different, okay? Y'all can't see this. Like, yes, don't put red dots on wheel guns, because if you're running a wheel gun, you're definitely not solving for current best practices. You're having fun. And I accept that. Fun is an important component of firearm ownership. The first rule of gun safety is, after all, to have fun. So I would if you have like the extra long barrel, a scope would be very drippy, but you need to match the aesthetic of a scope. It needs to be some primitive tube-looking thing out of the 19th century. But on like a modern polymer striker-fired handgun, no, the dot goes on the fucking gun. Like there will be an RMR green dot on my 19X. That is a fucking fact. Now, that being said, I will eventually also buy an HKVP9 because not because I can't shoot the Glock well, but because I want to flex on the pores.
Alternatively, if you're able to say, I'm having a lot of difficulty consistently indexing on the slide release, yeah, full pass. That's a good reason. I don't shoot Glocks well. That's not. Question 2, how often and why does this...
I'm going to say something very, very offensive. So I've shot a Lago Alien back to, like, side to side with a Glock, with my concealed carry Glock. I understand that it is a very comfortable, low recoiling handgun. I would not trust the Alien with my life. Because, the same goes for 2011s, by the way. Because these are precision-made race guns, made to run well in a scenario where I prepare my kit before every time that thing is loaded. And my primary objective is to put holes through paper very fast, or to hit steel. But my objective is not to repel some random attacker who decides to appear in my life for the purpose of dying. Because I don't trust myself to keep that thing lubed up and lint-free every day. The Glock doesn't need that. The Glock needs me to look at it approximately once a month or every 1,000 to 1,500 rounds, clear out the carbon buildup, give it a little bit of lube on the middle-to-middle contact surfaces, and it's going to run.
This issue occur. Now, if the issue that you're able to outline and diagnose has happened like once or twice in a year, then maybe it's not a huge problem that needs to be solved by buying a new platform. But if it's something that keeps happening and it's repeatable and you can put a why behind it, then it might be a step in the right direction. I am having difficulty consistently indexing on the slide release on my Glock because my wrist has mobility issues and the Glock has a very aggressive grip angle that gives me biomechanical problems. Full pass.
For some reason, this Glock keeps shooting low left.
Straight to jail. Question 3, can I fix this issue by just being a better shooter? Now, this one pisses off a lot of people, myself included, because most of the time, the answer to this is yes.
Impact! Impact! Right?
That is a nice AR.
Impact!
And look, if you want to compete and you want every single little competitive advantage you can get, then sure, maybe skip a few steps and get yourself that 2011. But I'd argue that there will still be guys out there that can and will outshoot you with a $600 polymer handgun. When we went to the proving grounds up in South Carolina, we saw all kinds of setups from across the spectrum. We saw handguns, people were running staccatos, and then at the low end of the spectrum, we saw Glocks and even PSA daggers. But funny enough, that guy with the dagger actually outshot most of the guys with staccatos because his fundamentals were perfect and he was in really good shape. So question 4, can I explain why I want the new thing without just saying it's better? Now, the final question here, it kind of goes full circle back to the beginning. If you have diagnosed...
See, like, for example, the problem that's quite floaty when we're trying to answer these questions here is an upgrade for the trigger on the Glock. Because the trigger is definitely not the best part of a Glock. However, if I fuck with the trigger at all, I am introducing issues and potentially provoking reliability issues. So rather than asking for trouble and messing with Gaston's vision, I would rather just have a full-sized gun that has less take-up, less slop in the trigger, which allows me to push through it, still with good fundamentals, but just not have to fight that trigger, rather than upgrading the trigger on the Glock. Because I'm already doing shit to this same gun, like I'm putting a comp and a new guide rod into it. If I also change out the trigger, I'm definitely asking for trouble.
A issue in your current kit, your rifle, handgun, etc., you can communicate it, you can repeat the problem, and you can't train around it, then the new thing you want should be able to solve for that. But you do need to be able to explain exactly why the new shiny thing is going to solve the problems that you are currently experiencing. Now, if you're able to confidently answer all 4 of these questions, then Godspeed, sir, full speed ahead, open that wallet. But if you don't have a clear answer, even for one of these questions, it might be worth waiting a bit, diagnosing the problem a little bit more before you jump in to fix the issue with your credit card. Upgrading your kit isn't bad. Thinking that money will make up for your lack of training is.
Although, to be fair, just wanting a thing sometimes is reason enough.
The funny thing is, the ambi bolt catch, it's really nice to have. It does not make a big difference. Like if you are trained up on an AR and you can press this as soon as you get on the rifle, the ambi thing, it's not like it's gonna make you faster enough to where you're gonna live or die, you know?
I've never had issues with my bolt catch. Alright, this is not a shooting, but definitely a spicy body cam video. However, before we can experience it, I have to go and hit you with a BRB, because I need to take a quick bathroom break. Let me also hit you with an ad, just because I can. That way we appease the pre-roll gods. Do that. Where's my ad manager? I know we just ran an ad at some point, but it is what it is. Run 3. Nope, that's the wrong one. Oh, okay, we just ran an ad anyway. Never mind, I'll be right back. Okay. And then let me replace my glasses. There we go. Ha. Recalibrate. We don't need this anymore. Boom. Oh, hey there, Hypoprint. Engagement comment. Why, thank you. We love ourselves some engagement. Welcome to the chat. Proud ad warrior. What do you mean you're a proud ad warrior? You have a subscription. Alright, let's check on this one. Canton shoplifting suspect charged with attempted murder of a police officer at Walmart. So that's already great. Alright, so they very obviously stopped them as they were leaving the store.
This way, guys. Yeah, probably. Unless you guys...
It's interesting that the cops were already on site as they were trying to leave.
Did something crazy. You didn't do anything crazy, did you?
Wait.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Unless you guys did something crazy.
Unless you do something crazy, let's remember that one. A lot of big box stores have stationed police presence. I don't think he was stationed. I think that the loss prevention officer just had these two in their sights, and they just called the cops pretty fast.
You didn't do anything crazy, did you? Okay. You should be using a theft charge. Come on, guys.
God, I think she looks like she's like twice his body weight. They'll do recon. Most of these idiots tend to stay in the store way too long.
Come on, guys. We're gonna go. In here, guys. Why do we have to go in? Come on. Because that's the way it is. Have a seat.
Probably not gonna watch the entire thing. We're gonna skip over right to the interesting part.
I'm gonna pat you down real quick, all right? That's cool. Nothing on.
He looks like a crackhead.
Poke me, stab me. Okay, go ahead and see.
All right, pats him down.
What's in there?
Did not check the satchel on his chest. That's a detail that's gonna become important very soon.
Anything else in there I should know about, my man? Yeah, come on.
Strikes you as absolutely fatherless behavior to begin with. Oh, we're gonna get that in spades momentarily.
I have a valid prescription for him. If you'd like to see that, you pull that up like on my shirt.
Okay.
Or like my pharmacy, you can see it's prescribed. Can I do it? You stole?
All right.
Katarina?
Right.
What's your name?
What's up?
What's your name?
Xavier.
Xavier what?
I don't have to give my last.
Because, my man, if you don't cooperate, I'm going to put you in handcuffs.
Xavier Rose. I'll give you my real social.
You remember seeing a guy overdose in Walmart near you? This guy looks the type. Yeah. You don't know what's going on between the two, but he needs to give her some of what he's taking. She needs to get him to eat some of her food. Maybe that's what got him to steal. She was taking all of his food.
Figured that was not right. Well, thank you for that.
Are we going to jail?
Now let's
something crazy happens.
That's order, not to steal, bro.
You did it too, so no good on her. You watched you walk over and put an item in the bag off the shelf.
He's really trying to run that last half a brain cell he has to try to find a way out of the situation. He really thinks that life is just a speech check. Complete lack of acknowledgement that your actions, in fact, have direct consequences. Up, reaches into the satchel, boom, it's a gun. Click. Let's run that one again. That started very fast. And everyone in this room is extremely lucky that it went down the way it did. So, let's move over here. He reaches into his satchel that the cop did not search. You let him have a fucking bag on his person that you did not check. Loss prevention officer, who apparently is a Marine. He even had the white guy grip. His ineptitude save at least one life. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. He brings it up. He forms the grip. It's a bad grip. Click. The gun didn't go off. He pressed the trigger. If that gun had worked, that's it. The cop is fucking dead. He looks around. He doesn't know what's happening. He's committed to the bit. Tries to rack the gun. Loss prevention officer sweeps in, tries to push it down. He tries to chase the cop with his fucking gun. He's still looking, trying to make it work. Now he's fighting for the gun. The cop is lining him up. He's not shooting because the loss prevention guy is there. Loses grip of the gun, gets kneed. Gets a couple of compliance strikes. And he's now just escalated a petty theft charge into attempted murder of a Leo. Fantastic work.
Use your hands, now!
Your money, loss prevention popped the gun out of his hand. Great work. Knee to the face, also great work. Money is on him not having it chambered. Yeah, it did look like that. I tried to see if maybe it was a dud. Maybe, I don't know, shitty ammo or something. But no, he just legitimately did not have a round in the chamber, apparently. So... What can I say? Carriers without a round in the chamber, once again, 0.
Don't touch him. Do not touch anything.
2 clicks, the rack failed to chamber too. I think he couldn't chamber around because the loss prevention guy was already trying to take it from him, so he short-stroked the rack. I initially thought that it's an air gun, and which would have been very, very retarded. But then my question was why the attempted murder charge if it were an air gun. But no, it's an actual gun. He just did not have a round in the chamber. That's why it didn't go off. Don't rely on the crackhead to make mistakes. If he had even a little more neuron function, that was his temporary success. Yeah, very much so.
193 also send me supervisor.
he got the drop on those guys. There's no two ways about that. Like, I'm sorry, he was able to line that shot up. He was stone cold when he was doing it. We all heard the click. If he was slightly less retarded, that cop would have been dead. Because he looked like he was aiming right for the guy's head. Can you just shoot me? My guy, no. You are going away to a place where you are about to become Big Tyrone's new favorite chew toy. You didn't have to beat me up like that, he says, after pulling a gun and pulling the trigger on a cop. You do need to bring up the Oklahoma counter ambush. Fucked as it is. You can't help but compare it in your head because it was this, but with a perp not having the advantage of initiative. I mean, technically, it is technically that. Because he waited for everyone to sort of be eyes off of him. He feigned compliance while hiding a gun in his chest bag. Thank you for the hydrate, Dom. We're looking at someone transform a petty theft into an attempted murder of a Leo charge. Just for you, we're gonna run it again. So, Crackhead and his pig girlfriend get clocked for shoplifting at Walmart. You saw this. The cop was very lucky. He missed the gun due to a bad search. Well, he didn't search the guy's chest rig at all. Like, what he did is what I refer to as malicious compliance. You present someone, like, whenever I do this in non-permissive environments, whenever I need to conceal something that I'm not supposed to have on myself, I will present you with something else to interact with, while diverting your attention away from the thing that I'm actually concealing on my person. Yeah, and you don't trust crackheads. In other news, water is wet. So he sees no one's watching him.
55-50.
Turns away. Goes into his chest pocket. Brings up the gun. Click. Tries to chase the cop with the fucking gun. Hodgman's had some good commentary on this since they worked loss prevention. Hodgman's had a good take on something that's new. Apparently he got 2 clicks. Yeah, we already discussed that he short-stroked the attempt to chamber around because the loss prevention guy was already fighting with him. Nice. I do like me a good flying knee. Alright. The rest of the units came in, they're packing him up. If the first round went off, he was ready to turn and go for the target number 2 was in the speed of his hand. Yeah, absolutely. No, he was really imagining that he's just gonna Jason Bourne the entire room and leave. He really thought that this was his way out of trouble. Which, I mean, not entirely surprising. Someone with a 70 point IQ probably thinks that he was about to solve a solution that way. Not solve a solution, sorry. Solve his problem that way. Surprised that the girl didn't bolt out of the door, or was it? I assume it was locked. She bolted towards the door. Yes, murder will set me free. Well, I mean, like, hypothetically. The problem here is, it is a failure to consider second-order consequences. Like, like all retards, he lacks the imagination to entertain hypothetical. Not out of trouble, almost out of the room, you don't know, just keep seeing how easily it could swing the other way entirely. Like he was solving purely for the problem that's entirely in front of him, without considering that things have second order consequences. Like, when you do something, the aftermath of that thing doesn't end immediately. It usually has ripple effects that you also have to contend with. And since we already established that retarded people don't understand hypotheticals, he probably just can't model that far, which is how you end up in a Walmart loss prevention office. Sure, they get away with shoplifting at cost of a minimum a double murder beef. Triple, because there's what is it with crackheads and dating hogs? I mean, crackheads will date anyone who enables them. It's the question of the hogs dating what they can get. So, a match made in heaven to a certain extent. But yeah, he was purely, again, because retards can't model hypotheticals, he was purely dealing with... there's 4 people in that room. There's the monitor lady, the loss prevention guy, the cop, and the other loss prevention guy. I forgot about the lady because she was out of the shot for a while. True. Well, it depends on who he would have seen as a threat. I guess the loss prevention lady, the monitor lady, would have also gotten it. But yeah, he was purely solving for, how do I get out of this room? The people preventing him from getting out of this room were the cop, the 2 loss prevention guys, and the monitor lady. So he was solving purely for that, not understanding that, okay, you got out of the room. You want that not today Karen shirt? How about let me give you a better thing to want, Dom. I think that a much better use of your money in terms of accessorizing is going to be the Oni Dojo official patch. See how I segued that one in? There you go. I'm also going to pin that. I believe you can get them for less than $10 right now. Go and get yourself a patch. But yeah,
You have one in the chamber? Yeah, I don't know if you have one in the chamber.
I'll go grab my camera and take pictures of all that.
I don't know if this is something they want BCI for, but I mean, there's no evidence really, but...
I mean, it's attempted murder.
It is attempted murder. He would have... Oh, he would have got me.
You can put it on your shirt? True. You would need a shirt that has Molly on it, though. Your patch came in the mail yesterday? Nice. That's not how you spell mail, but I'm still happy that you got your patch.
For sure. For a simple...
See, even Seku has the Oni Dojo patch. How are you, the mod? He's still patchless.
For a simple... Well, he had a warrant that he tried to lie about.
Oh, he also had a warrant. I wonder how he got that one. Yeah. Nice plug, thank you. And it's technically not even e-begging, because I get very little out of the actual sales. Oh, you already have one of those. Sorry about that, Dom. My bad. Well, good man for having those. If you need stocking stuffers, you could also get some more.
The laser on it? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again, it's not even e-begging because you're buying a product from a third party. Like I don't interact with that. I get some kind of pittance in terms of royalties, but I drove those to like a bare minimum. I just made the patch as cheap as possible, and there you go. So you're still awaiting yours in the mail, M-A-I-L.
Because that was the first thing I saw.
There's Mads loaded.
Well, he racked it. He like pulled the trigger, went to rack it. Conrad.
I think gets here Monday.
I got up and I was like,
I'm waiting on my crate of Wild Tiger. I'm very, very displeased that it still hasn't shipped, or at least Amazon is showing it as not having shipped. Sometimes their tracking gets fucky-wucky. But I ordered a crate of Wild Tiger Energy just because I'm running on fumes this last week, and I just needed a pick-me-up. And it's not shipping, and it's showing that it's going to arrive January 2nd. God, I hope that it will.
like this. Conrad's on, I'm like, get off of him. But then the kid gave up. I'm going to have to call. He got struck a couple times, but I don't think he had his head covered. Good.
Also asked Stocking Mill Coffee if they'll start an affiliate program. Want to promote their coffee. I don't know shit about coffee, so I can't really comment. Stocking Mill Coffee makes T-Man look moderate. My favorite glowing business is Phoenix Ammo. I am unfortunately not even remotely big enough to start asking for any kind of affiliate. It would be very cool if I could get an affiliate code for Phoenix Ammunition. That's a business that I would like to represent.
What's happened? He pointed right at my face and pulled the trigger. Where'd we go? Under the seat.
Oh, wow. Who all was in here?
All of us. Well, 3 APME.
All right, so, you're out, so we'll do the investigation. Where they at? Who do that?
Down here.
All right. Chill out over there for a minute.
He ended up tossing the gun? No, he ended up dropping it because he went to rack it. As he racked it, Conrad tackled him and it fell down. Sarge, I don't know if you want the DV out here for this. Get these two for theft. Have them in here. They're cooperative. He's being kind of weird, but he hands me that full of pills. Okay. So I do pat him down, but I didn't get his pouch that he had. So as I'm sitting there, he lies about his name. Finally tells me it's been.
I guess that's a teachable moment. It's good that everyone came out of this alive, and that cop is never going to let a container pass him without patting him down first.
Inquiry just told me he's got 881s. He's armed and dangerous. As soon as he does that, he pulls the gun out, puts it on my head, pulls the trigger, it doesn't go off. Conrad comes over here to tackle him. I draw.
Be a little too chatty about incidents like this. You don't know. At the risk of doxing yourself, you learned that 4 days ago was the anniversary of your grandfather's death at a tracking stop. Damn, I'm sorry about that, man. Was he Leo?
He ends up giving up. I couldn't take a shot because Conrad was on it.
That sucks, man. It's, again, like every time someone tries to bitch about cops, my first question is it a job that you would like to do? Would you like to be on the fucking highway executing traffic stops on fucking randos that have a very high likelihood of being armed? Back when your mom died, we found she kept one of his campaign flyers for his sheriff run in another county before he moved. Ah, I see.
Guns over there.
Okay. Leave.
I think they have the suspect.
Yeah, there's two suspects.
Okay, you guys. Okay, then you guys run them. Start getting. You got the male or female?
I think we have the female.
Get running all her stuff. Let's get her Form 8 going and get her out the county.
Her charge is going to be theft.
That's all. I was going to release him. That was the thing. Like, it was just going to be a summons.
Did she do anything during all this?
I mean, not the
just
gun
the
part,
theft,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
She has
So
two
we can get her and cut her.
bullets
Like
in
give
her.
her.
Do you
in her
want
pocket?
She has two bullets.
Make sure she's not under disability. If she is, her with that too.
do you want DB to interview her though?
You know what? Yeah.
ID's already coming.
We'll go to headquarters.
You good?
I'm good. He did get struck a couple times with my fist.
That's fine. That's. I mean, the fact that that's there, and did you?
Yeah, that's probably like the most moderate outcome of that entire situation. Like, doing what that fuckhead did is the fastest way to speedrun getting your fucking head canoed.
The mag, or did that just come out?
Came out when it fell.
Okay, so he probably didn't have it seated, hence the jam and.
Who is he?
Shane Newman. He doesn't have. I didn't even hear what his warrant's for.
Oh, I've arrested.
Nothing serious, so it's gonna be a lead.
Yeah. You know what? I arrested him. He had 237 bromazine pills. I got him with trafficking. He went to prison. Yep, those ones though. Those actually may be
Xannies.
no fentanyl. Yeah, that's exactly what he was selling when I pulled him up.
Come to think of it, there's irony at work here. The LP guy's failure, the loss prevention guy's failure to put him in a position to make a worse decision, but the loss prevention guy being in the way saved his life after that. If he wasn't wrestling with him, he would have gotten clapped. Yeah, very much so. Well, I mean, the loss prevention guy, like, he's not supposed to be, like... Sure, he is supposed to be aware, but the loss prevention guy reacted as fast as he did. Like, I don't really see a failure of the loss prevention guy here at all. He locked the gun down. He prevented it from racking a second attempt. He prevented him from racking the slide to a point where he would have had a live round in the chamber. So that part was good, but they were both ultimately saved by the fact that gun did not go off.
Over with that girl.
The failure was in the search being incomplete. Yeah.
Or it was a different girl. The girl was real skinny. He had 237 of them. Did he have a gun too? No, he just had a dope.
Well, he's got prior generic drugs, illegal conveyance of weapon, prohibitions in the detention facility. That alone makes him under disability.
Well, I mean, I think his big thing's going to be attempted murder of a...
Well, yeah, but if I can also, I'm going to call GAMS, because if we can put anything federally on him too. We'll
Yay.
You supposed to work today? Or was it your day off?
I took the day off. I'm supposed to work Christmas factory there.
Okay.
I'm happy you're all right.
Oh, it would have been my life.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he pointed right at my face. Look at that.
He'll go to prison for 30 plus years. Hopefully they take it.
He tried to do it again. Look.
Thank God for Conrad.
Yeah, he fucking chased him with that muzzle, which is like the commitment to the extremely bad decision made there is fucking wild. Oh boy. Okay. Palate cleanser. The Japanese are back in their natural habitat of demonstrating martial arts on lawns. Yeah, this is a relatively fresh video, so we're going to take a look at this. So this is a demonstration by the Japanese Kobudo Association at Meiji Jingu, which is I forget if Meiji Jingu is considered a military shrine. I've just realized that Seko was making a gachimuchi joke. I guess it's kind of a relief that I'm not so internet poisoned that the homoeroticism still manages to go over my head. Alright, official greetings. Let's see who's up first. Nah, Jigenryu. No. Why is it always Jigenryu? Alright. Daitoryu. I fail to be impressed because it's, you know, the regular Aikido shit. You know what? Let them have their fun. How to escape being held down by 5 very unathletic people. Now that is cool. I love me some Kusarikama action. They're going very slow because it's a metal chain. Understandable. Katori Shintoryu. You know what? You say what you want about Katori. At the very least, they have the least amount of fuckery of a lot of widely spread schools. I really like their fencing flows. So this is an example of combining sort of concealed thrown weaponry with large blades. It's a very tan Japanese person, but okay. Take no Uchiryu, okay. As a huge Bushido blade enjoyer, it's odd that you never took much time to studying Japanese martial arts. It's difficult to study Japanese martial arts in America. I'll be the first one to tell you. Good, especially Koryu schools, are not widely represented. You're lucky if you'll find a Musoji Kiden dojo, and even then, you need to be careful that it's not some of the less reputable branches, so to speak, because the barrier to entry into a lot of these places is very steep. Usually it decays rapidly when it's not a Japanese instructor. So it's actually not entirely surprising. Like, we have a kendo school in Austin, and that's like a severe outlier. There's barely any judo. Well, I'd say, okay, judo is frequently taught by the Japanese in places where you have a lot of the Japanese. There's a Japanese judo instructor in Orlando. There's a lot of Japanese instructors in New York. Lots of them in California. But other than judo, which is, you know, it's facilitated by judo being an Olympic sport, more arcane practices like Take no Uchiryu, like Yagyu Shinkai-ryu, like all of those sort of boutique Koryu styles are very, very scarcely present. I think there's an Aikido dojo that cross-trains one of the Yagyu styles, specifically their swordsmanship. But I've not even gone to visit them just because I have very little confidence in them retaining anything worth studying. Just realize how few and far between you see any work with knife-sized weapons. So in In Koryu styles, Danto is actually very, very dominant. Well, very, very present, because a lot of these styles had to deal with sort of on-the-spot self-defense, and on-the-spot self-defense for the longest time would have to contend with sort of short carried blades. Western fencing dominated. Dominated what is the question? You definitely don't have any mini Japanese in Detroit. Gee, I wonder why. I don't know the prevalence of Western fencing in pretty much anywhere. I know that as far as the Olympic sport, it's probably practiced somewhere. Kendo is definitely more prevalent as a sport, especially in sword fighting. Big if true. I've yet to see that. Western fencing largely, first of all, did not do a great job of preserving or systematizing a lot of the information that it had. But basically, your Western fencing is mostly represented by HEMA, and HEMA really lacks a structured teaching system as well as any kind of unified standard of information, which isn't the case, for example, for Kendo. I dislike modern Kendo because it's very, very sportified. But Kendo is ubiquitous, and it's fairly easy to find a Kendo school, even in the West, because it is a standardized and systematized practice that has a clear competitive angle to it, which is thankfully also not managed by the Olympics. That, and again, fencing, a lot of the practices that have to deal with swords in Japanese styles. Check out the fights between the Japanese and first Western traders. You mean with the Portuguese that just crash landed on the Japanese shores? Because I don't believe there were any large scale there was never any large scale military contact pre firearms with the Japanese. I'm trying to think of it, like the first large scale armed conflict that the Japanese would have had with the outside world would have been the Russo-Japanese War. Because they really didn't have any kind of military contact with Europeans. So I'm not sure where that melee would have taken place. They were pretty fond of firearms because they started buying gunpowder and flintlocks off the Portuguese like it was fucking crack. That I know for a fact. They really enjoyed the concept of a flintlock. I don't really think there would not have been an environment for they were just sparring sessions. If you have some kind of reliable record of it, I would take a look at it. Your brain drags you back to Blue-Eyed Samurai and how much you hate that show for a number of reasons. Isn't the protagonist of that thing Yasuke? But the thing is, Japanese fencing is very sophisticated because it sort of had that long peacetime period to stew over the experience gained during the Sengoku period. A half-breed woman. Oh, that's right. Someone recommended to me. It looked like very, very dense Globo Homo slop, so I decided to just never watch it because, first of all, foreigner in Japan. Second of all, female protagonist. Like, hard pass. We should watch. I need to find the pieces of the Musashi live action. I think they have it somewhere on Dailymotion, and we should watch that in the Discord sometime. What was I saying? We can do that for New Year's, actually, because I'm going to be streaming on New Year. We can at the very least start. But The thing is that, again, most of Western fencing was actually lost because it just became sort of antiquated and irrelevant with the invention of firearms. And there was really no opportunity. There would have been no opportunity for wide-scale contact, even in terms of testing between prominent Western fencers and the Japanese. For one, because the Japanese were under sakoku, under self-isolation. And while they did allow representatives of the East India Trading Company into the country, they would have never allowed any of them to come on as being armed. It wasn't until 1890 self-isolation, but 1890 is already post-firearms. Again, if there's a record of specific bouts happening, I will take a look at that. Still managed to implicate a white man as the villain and completely ignore the timeline of firearm development around 1600s because he firmly plants the timeline in the vicinity of the 9 Years' War. Again, we're trying to explain why a Netflix show about Japan that, by the way, came out as in the same year as Assassin's Creed Shadows was bad. It was definitely Globo Homo slop with a decent villain for what you could understand. Again, I'm just not going to entertain that shit. Like, it's so bad that I'm not even going to pirate it. The only recorded instance of any kind of melee happening between the Japanese and Europeans that I am aware of is when a schizo in the town of Otsu thought that that at the time Prince Nikolai II was smuggling the leader of the Bosun Rebellion, who was long dead by that time, back into Japan to rebel against the imperial house. So he ran past his entire posse of security and managed to land 3 to 5 hits on him before the Prince of Greece sort of managed to fight him off. That's the only time where any kind of melee combat was recorded between the Japanese and Western swordsmen, quote unquote. That's a big naginata. Okay. All you're saying is, you know what no one in the world had at that time period? Interchangeable parts. Which is a shame, because Netflix anime, for a time, was a pretty cool concept. They had a run of, like, good core anime stuff. Altered Carbon was a very cool anime that they produced. They didn't produce anything first party. They always outsourced to a studio. They threw Netflix money at them, and then an anime studio was just able to produce absolute kino. Like, the Netflix Baki seasons were very well made. Granted, they had the retarded Baki writing, but that kind of comes with the territory. If you're very sensitive to that, what are you doing watching Baki in the first place? Altered Carbon, I really enjoyed, like a very solid action flick. I'm blanking on anything else that was a good Netflix anime at the time. Devilman Crybaby actually was kino. Ghost in the Shell was the rare turd in that particular continuity because the writing was hacky as hell, and the quality of the CGI was not great. For some reason, they decided to cut corners in very odd places. Like, the animations at time would just fall to like 5 FPS, and I don't know how no one caught that. Kentaro Miura had a love for Baki, and you're not going to beat it up on that alone. Listen, I read Baki. I throw shade because I am a fan of the series, unfortunately. I do maintain, however, that Kengan is a better series. This is fucking Yagi Shingan-ryu with their stupid fucking shit. Soul Jutsu. I really like that. I really like spear fighting. Fuden-ryu Soul Jutsu. This is Nitenichi Ryu. Like, Nitenichi Ryu in concept is probably cool. The problem is they have interrupted lineage, and that's even if you accept that Musashi even existed in the first place. What is this? Hayashizaki Ryu? No? No, this is Hayashizaki Ryu. I could hypothetically try to restore or at least learn the basics of some of the Nitenichi Ryu forms just based on my existing experience. Oh, this is Kitoryu, okay. Which school emphasizes the yelling? Quite a few of the older ones. So the purpose of the yelling is to demonstrate that you have correct breath control, because in order to exude a loud sustained yell, it means that you understand your sort of the pressure of your diaphragm correctly. It's seen as primitive to a certain extent. That's why quote-unquote older, more advanced schools like Musoji Kiden Neishinryu or Shinden-ryu don't really have any screaming or any sort of enunciated pressures. I would say Jigen-ryu has the most emphasis on yelling, because that's all they do. Like, it is the school of chimping out and and hitting things hard with a stick. Because it was also like the mass infantry school. Like, you'd take a bunch of peasants, give them swords, and then teach them to run down a hill while screaming very loudly. Mostly in order to prevent them from becoming scared and getting mowed down by a better prepared fighting force. A long-handled flail, okay. You know what? If all you have is enthusiasm and morale, I'll take it. They did not have time to train them well, nor the resources to do so. See, this part of Hayashizaki Ryu is just fucking ridiculous. Oh, really? They do sparring matches now, okay. These are Konaginata. Wait a second. Okay, no, these are not my guys. Or are they? So, Konaginata is a signature weapon of a style that I've been brought up in. We also wore deep indigo gi. I'm not sure if like one school has the entire the entire green. Let's keep watching. This is definitely Shinganryu. Because none of that shit works, yeah. Yagyu Shinganryu is the way I explain it is the fucking Krav Maga of old Japanese jiu-jitsu styles. Tenshin Shoden Katori Shindo, okay. So, for example, Katori Shintoryu is considered to be one of the older styles, formalized during the Sengoku period, and it was one of the, I forget which clans, but it was like their primary swordsmanship school, used to teach sort of the ennobled parts of their army. But then it sort of crystallized at some point, probably during the Edo period, and didn't really evolve past that. That's, for example, why they have the pronounced yelling. Musoji Kidane Shinryu evolved later. It is based on certain fighting takeaways from the period of Warring States, but it did largely develop in peace times, which is why it's considered to be more sophisticated. Like their drawing technique is more sophisticated. It relies on sort of a more complex understanding of biomechanics. I'm not sure what the hell this is. I do kind of like their fencing flows. Having a flying kama in Kusari Kama was always so cool to me. Apparently, the current head of Shibukawa, Ichiryu, had a little party trick where he would spin the sickle around and he would hit a pair of standing chopsticks from, like, I don't know, 7 yards away. A lot of over travel on that cut, but okay. You know what? Whatever makes you happy, old timer. What's a Naginata with a cross guard? That's not a school that I am aware of. Okay, fencing with metal swords. Have I watched Sword of the Stranger? It sounds familiar. Let me pull out a tab here and check for it real quick. Sword of the Stranger. Ah, I've watched a sequel to this, I think. Is it connected to Sword of the Immortal? Sorry, I didn't see what they were doing there. Ooh. Ends pretty conclusively? Okay. Then I have not. Vadoryu, okay. Shindo Munenryu. So this is their short staff techniques, okay. I'm always fascinated by short staff and cane stuff. I've had very little exposure to it, unfortunately. Most of the short staff stuff is based on either directly blocking blows or preventing and blocking joints. Yeah, and naturally a lot of the shorter blade stuff is going to be focused on countering a longer blade. Ah, this is a monastic school. I forget the correct reading of the name. What the hell is this? Alright. Mm-hmm. Oh, Siki Sensei, okay. With a foreigner to demonstrate, very cool. Yeah, the Seki Sensei is, he's been featured in the video of that insufferable Californian woman who thought that she can master all of the things in what, like a week? Or however long. Entirely way too much, in all of the time that she wasted for really good instructors trying to teach her. I mean, he is the current head of the school, so it does make sense that he would be present for this. Oh, nice. I should really get myself a Kusarikama, because I just can, and for no other reason. Ah, okay, Yagyushin Kageryu, now that's interesting. Didn't realize they also had a technique to just throw away your shorter sword. Aha, okay, I thought this was going to be a Kotagaechi. Flintlock rifle arts, okay. I'm sorry to laugh, but damn, at least fire blanks. Come on, you know you're allowed to. Improve yourself, get a baddie that can kabedon you with a metal chain. I mean, weapon arts are probably the better place to wife shop. You're not entirely wrong there. All right, so apparently the U.S. Department of State recently did something very funny, and this is the happiest I've seen Carl in a very long time, probably because he hates the fucking European Union, and he can just go off on this subject and not worry about glowing. Because, you know, this is just Americans doing American things.
I love that the Trump administration does not care about the European Union. It doesn't care about the people running the European Union. It doesn't respect them in the slightest.
And that's exactly what I voted for. Someone get me my award. It's in the redeems.
And it thinks they're basically a bunch of communist tyrants.
But are they wrong?
And treats them as such. Because they're correct. This is basically what they are. They're very extreme liberals who believe that legitimately the general will is instantiated in the technocratic bureaucracy that dominates, that squats over the European continent like a fucking parasite and sucks up everything it can in order to regulate every aspect of life as much as possible. This really was what Brexit was about. Freedom. Freedom from all of this. We don't want to live this way. This is against the Anglo spirit. You should not be regulating the length of the shape of bananas and all sorts of other bollocks that they do, right? And you remember at the beginning of the year when J.D. Vance went to the European Union and was like, hey guys, have you considered freedom of speech? And it literally made one German politician weep on stage after it. Like, yeah, no, you're fucked. Fuck yourselves. We hate you. We don't agree with anything that you do. And this kind of excessive...
Look at him go. Carl, tell me how you really feel.
Feminine, moral busybodying of everyone's lives is actually not what the United States under Trump and Vance stands for. And you should know better. And so they've been like, right, okay, I think we're going to have to try and stand up to President Trump, guys. We're going to really make it so that we're big and tough and strong and very important people on the world stage. Oh, are you really? Trump's like, no, tariffs. About 30% on most things, 50% on like steel and aluminium, something like that. But just get tariffed, bitches. Britain, what we're at 10% tariffs. Oh, okay, that's really nice. Trump's got a soft spot for us. Brexit paying dividends. But did the Eurocrats get bothered about this? No. They didn't care. They didn't really care.
You hate the EU. They represent everything wrong with governance. You would resurrect the Kaiser just to watch him burn modern Europe down. Based.
kick up that much of a fuss. They were like, well, I guess we're just going to take those tariffs then. And why is that? It's because the tariffs don't affect the people at the top. No matter what happens, the people at the top are going to get the same amount of money in their bank account at the end of their month, no matter what. The pain of the tariffs will be felt by the people at the bottom. The people at the top don't care. This isn't going to be their problem. There's been like, well,
I mean, to be fair, the people at the bottom don't really export goods to the United States. It's mostly European businesses that are going to feel the squeeze.
well, that's really doing the spreadsheets a number, but I'm still going to be getting driven around in my chauffeur-driven car when I'm going back and forth, depending on which EU Parliament headquarters we're in this month, and I'm going to be completely well taken care of. Everything I want, I will get. Everything that every problem that is introduced to the European Union from President Trump will go on the heads of those people at the bottom. Not my problem, says the European Union. What is my problem, says the European Union, is Elon Musk and X. That he's allowing all sorts of vile, counterfactual statements, counter-narratives to be proliferated on his platform, and so we're going to write him a letter. Thierry Breton is going to write him a letter saying, I'm not happy about this, and when Musk tells them, you know what, fuck yourselves, are they going to fine him 120 million euros under the Digital Services Act? Elon should be like, God, guys, weirdly, I don't have any euros. Why would I want fucking euros? And this is because the breaches of the Digital Services Act that, just to be clear, right? The European Commission proposes the laws. The European Commission is not voted on by the public. The European Parliament rubber stamps the laws, and then various complex bureaucratic processes are undertaken in order to make that a law. At no point does the public really get involved. The best they can do is vote for the European parliamentarians, but they can't propose or repeal laws. They can't do anything about it. And so Americans are used to democracy, right? Real democracy. They vote for judges, they vote for police chiefs.
Carl, I understand as a European, all voting looks like democracy, especially off of this, but no, we're not a democracy, we're a representative republic. What we do have is voting for certain positions. That is correct.
Chiefs, they vote for politicians. That's not how it works in Europe. You don't get to vote for most of the people who are...
Yeah, in Europe, you're just tax cattle. That's it. There's no two ways around that. You are disarmed, you are completely defanged, and if you disagree about the position that you've been put in, you go to fucking jail for a mean tweet. Or if you're an AFD candidate, you just get assassinated.
We're actually instrumental in the mechanics of the bureaucracy. You don't get to do any of that. And so in the European Union, when they say democracy...
And mind you, the Democrats here would very much like us to be the same way. Their vision for America is to be an extension of the longhouse of the European Union.
See, what they mean is administration. What they mean is a series of bureaucrats who are basically kind of shady, they're behind the scenes, but they get paid insanely well. They get to make a bunch of decisions. And that's how all of this has come about. And anyway, so they were like, yeah, no, we're not happy with the deceptive design of X's blue check mark. What's deceptive about it? It just shows that that person has paid to access Twitter, to access the premium functions of Twitter. That's it. That's all it does. But they're not happy, so they want Elon to pay out 120 million euros.
Well, not only that, that's one of the reasons why I don't buy a check mark, is because you need to submit your real fucking ID to get the blue check mark in order to be verified. That's a big no-no for me, especially with the number of data breaches that they've had.
And the Trump administration took this quite negatively. They were like, well, this is inhibiting the free speech of Americans, and you're attacking American platform for operating in the way that Americans expect their platforms to operate, as in with First Amendment free speech protections. And this is what this has all been about. And they know it. This is what the constant stream of this has been about for the Europeans over the United States. They want complete control of what happens on American platforms, and the Americans are not happy about this. But the Trump administration isn't taking it, especially based Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Never thought he'd be this good, to be honest. He's been really impressive over the past year, hasn't he? Come out as a real dark horse. But he's just replied to the Europeans and said, look, all right, how about you just go fuck yourselves?
Based patriot, I salute thee.
How about you just go and fuck yourselves in the face? Because we're sick of you. We're absolutely sick of you. You do not have values that we equate to freedom. You have values that we equate to tyranny, and we're not propping up tyrants. And if the Europeans can't for some reason understand that this is their freedom that is being taken away, that's their problem. We as the Americans don't have to worry about that. And my God, do I support this, right? This is so good. And again, Vance has been on it. Rubio has been particularly on it. The whole administration is on this. And the Europeans should learn some fucking lessons from this. Their morality is deformed. The European morality of ultra censorship and speech policing and all other things deformed. And Rubio says this: for far too long, ideologues in Europe have led organized efforts to coerce American platforms to punish American viewpoints they oppose. The Trump administration will no longer tolerate these egregious acts of extraterritorial censorship. Today, the State Department will take steps to bar leading figures of the global censorship industrial complex from entering the United States.
Fantastic.
We stand ready and willing to expand this list if others do not reverse course. Come the fuck on, lads. Come on. Fucking having them. And the great thing
this is the happiest I've seen him in years.
about this, I love Dan in the comments just like, this is great, but go further, right? What I love about this is there's literally nothing they can say or do about it. It's just, no, we have decided you're immoral. You are the global censorship industrial complex. We don't have to let you in. And it's really like, we're not doing anything harmful to you. You just can't come to America. This is just a statement. And here you have the Undersecretary of State, Sarah B. Rogers, explaining what's happening. Today, the United States... just love to see it. The United States issued sanctions, reinforcing the red line that she invoked on GB News, namely extraterritorial censorship of Americans. Today's sanctions target the censorship NGO ecosystem. Fucking come the fuck on, this is so good. This is the best Christmas present I've had in many a year, right?
I'm sorry, can we just sanction Soros under this as well? He's the happiest British man in the world. He very much has that, like, he has like, it is, there's a meme that goes along. It's basically the best way to describe this emotion is, Lord, I see what you have done for others. I just want that for myself. Like, he looks at the Trump admin and he wants Rupert Lowe as prime minister to just fucking nuke his native British establishment and make Britain great again.
These sanctions are visa-related. We aren't invoking severe Magnitsky-style financial measures.
Magnitsky.
Should probably have put that yet. But our message is clear. If you spend your career...
For those of you not aware, Magnitsky-style harsh financial measures is freezing and seizing financial assets. It stems from a case of, I believe, Sergei Magnitsky, who was a lawyer of a company run by an American national who was falsely prisoned because he discovered that the local police was what was the scheme? But basically they were using the tax returns of the legal entity of an investment fund to embezzle tax money, and then they pinned all of the embezzled tax money on him. And he later died in prison of what was most likely just torture.
Fomenting censorship of American speech, you're unwelcome on American soil. Well, hey now, that's a perfectly reasonable position, isn't it? They're just saying, you know what? We don't appreciate people who go against our value system as Americans. You know, we have the First Amendment for a reason. We hold it sacred and dear to our hearts. And if you don't agree with that, then we don't have to let you in. You don't have a right to come to America. And if you are someone who is against the very foundational principles of the American Republic, why would we let you in? Why would you have a right to come here? Our targets are foreign, but you'll notice that some collaborated with US bureaucrats on Murphy-style speech suppression. Don't worry, we're pursuing transparency, truth, and reconciliation at the State Department too. Wow, that's a nice turn of phrase there that the Biden administration used. We've sanctioned Thierry Breton, a mastermind of the Digital Services Act. In August 2024, while serving as European Commissioner for Internal Markets and Digital Services, he published a letter using the DSA to threaten Elon Musk ahead of his live stream interview with President Trump. As you can tell, I covered that earlier. That was the letter that we looked at slightly earlier. Breton ominously reminded Musk of X's legal obligations and ongoing formal proceeding for alleged non-compliance with illegal content and disinformation, and that's where the 120 million euro fines have come in. We've sanctioned Imran Ahmed, key collaborator with the Biden administration's efforts to weaponize government against U.S. citizens. Ahmed's group, the Center for Countering Digital Hate, yes, created the infamous Disinformation Dozen report, which called for platforms to deplatform 12 American anti-vax.
You know, that's a good use of secret police sponsoring broad speech suppression. Get jumped and beaten on the sidewalk.
Now, including Homeland Health Secretary RFK.
Just good broad-shouldered lads randomly approach you. No. Even better. Like if you're a Eurocrat who was caught supporting this shit, just, a Secret Service detail just gradually invades your personal space, slowly gassing out your personal security detail, and then they just sock you once. Like they give you one nice liver shot, and then they just leave and say nothing.
Love to see it. Love to see it. I want consequences. And these are really minor consequences, right? As consequences go, these are very minor, but we'll get to the response in a second because it's so good. It's so good. Leaked documents from the CCDH show the organization listed Kill Musk's Twitter and trigger EU and UK regulatory action as priorities. The organization supports the UK's Online Safety Act and the EU's Digital Services Act to expand censorship in Europe and around the world. You know what? Start sanctioning members of Keir Starmer's government too. Go further. It's, don't get me wrong, brilliant, love everything about it, keep going. Go further. Sanction Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer, while you have the Online Safety Act, you're not allowed in the country. None of your government are allowed in the country. Make them just go, well,
very based.
Well, that's unacceptable. I was going to go on holiday to California or something. No, you're not. You're staying where you are, you piece of shit. We've sanctioned Claire Melford. She leads Global Disinformation Index, a UK-based organisation. Love to see it. Keep sanctioning them. That monitors websites for hate speech and disinformation. If you question Canadian blood libels against education schools, oh, that's so good. Yes, it is a Canadian blood libel because, of course, no mass graves of native children were found in Canada. This is the Canadians desperately trying to load themselves with a blood libel, with an ancestral guilt over something that just never happened. But anyway, if you're engaging in hate speech according to Melford and GDI, then you're engaging in hate speech according to Melford and GDI. This NGO used State Department taxpayer money to exhort censorship and blacklisting of American speech and press. Get them. And it carries on, so, various others, all across Europe and the UK. And it's just like, good. Absolutely good. Get them. Fucking get them. Love to see it. And Tulsi Gabbard comes out. Every American's right to free speech is enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. Foreign nations seeking to impose their anti-freedom policies to censor American voices and enforce American platforms to regulate or silence our free speech is a gross violation of our sovereignty that must be answered with accountability. Thank you, Understate Secretary. That's just, again, I just can't endorse this enough because, and again, it's such a mild thing. Well, I've been sanctioned. God, what does that mean? You just can't go to America. Just suck it the fuck up. They don't want you. You're a fucking loser. Everyone hates you. Tired of your shit.
It's very difficult to conceptualize, but the inability to go to America, first of all, it's usually a lifetime thing. Like you are likely barred from entering the United States for life. And a lot of people really want to visit America at least once, especially Europeans. So it is kind of a big deal to just be completely blocked out and sanctioned and never permitted entry ever again.
And you're just not allowed in. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe they've done this to us. Yeah, I can. Not Macron's like, oh, this intimidation. Let's get to Macron, actually. France condemns the visa restrictions.
Ooh.
Cry fucking harder, Macron. Cry about it. No, I'm not seeing real tears. I want real tears like the German guy on stage when...
People who obsess over alliances like European nations need to go away. We need to remind them that we're not suckers. I mean, it's not even really about alliances. It's about them trying to extend the longhouse to reach us. Like they mistakenly believe that they have some kind of mandate to govern over us just because we say yucky things that they don't like, or own bad spooky guns that they don't like as well. No, get fucked. And that's a very strong and good message. I think that the cowardly Eurocrats are actually going to be more they're going to be significantly more cautious whenever they try to fuck with Americans now. Who even cares about France anymore? I mean, before he condemns anything we do, he may want to consider, I don't know, retaking his fucking capital city from the Algerians first. Isolationism didn't cause World War I. Treaties among Europeans did. Isolationism kept us out of it. And it should have remained so. Again, I'm not big on seeing certain events unfold differently. Although, yes, alliances and treaties are what forced the entirety of Europe to be plunged into a world war, essentially.
Vance chewed him out. I want real tears, bitch. These measures about intimidation, coercion, blah, blah, blah. Sorry. Say it in an accent that's not French accent so we can understand it. The European Union is this...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of all of the fucking Muslims raping your country.
Regulations. You're such a girl. Such a fucking girl, Macron. Not interested. This is not undermining the... You're just not going to America. Do you understand? You're just not going to America. You can just suck it up.
Oh, but you're undermining digital sovereignty, but it's okay to undermine American digital sovereignty? Like, you can just block Twitter. Just don't have it. European digital sovereignty over what? Yeah, exactly. It's not like it's not like Twitter is a European platform.
Go on holiday somewhere else. Go on holiday to Ukraine or something. Go on holiday somewhere else. Go to Tunisia or something. I don't know. Go somewhere else. You're just not going to America. You can just deal with it. They're planning, not even listening. Not even listening. The rules, fuck your rules. America isn't bound by your rules. Fuck yourselves. Together with the European Committee, the European partners, will continue to... You sound like fucking girls. You sound like such whining children. I've just spoken with Thierry Breton and thanked him for his... We will stand firm against pressure and protect European...
Should I make a sound redeem of Carl mocking Macron?
Oh, shut up. You're just not going to America, you whining crybabies. In the same way, I wasn't allowed to Australia because they're like, oh no, I guess this is an evil right-winger. We can't have this guy.
Remind me to do the... I love this entire rant. I want the me. I want this as a sound routine.
Coming to our country, he's dangerous to our democracy. Well, you're dangerous to their democracy. Have you worked that out yet? You're just not welcome. And you know what? That's fine. I won't go to Australia. You won't go to America. Thierry's like, is McCarthy's witch hunts back? Yeah.
McCarthy didn't do enough.
Yes. Oh, God, thank God. Yes, absolutely based. These fucking Eurocrat communists. This is McCarthyism on steroids, Thierry. And I hope they go further and economically sanction you. I hope they go 9, 10, 15, 100 times harder at you. But at the moment, it's just you're not allowed to go to America. It's just such a small thing. Oh, a reminder, 90% of the European Parliament are democratically elected body and all 27 member states unanimously vote. Don't care. Don't care. Nobody cares, you loser. We fully support Commissioner Thierry Breton. Of course you do, you fucking butt licker. Who are you? Just literally, who are you? President of the EPP? No, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Europe is sovereign in setting its own online rules. Okay, and you don't go to America after doing it. Cry about it. The ban imposed by the former
Yeah, be sovereign at home, bitch. Europe can have a fucking say when they can, with their combined military might, take a hold of Rhode Island. Yeah.
US on former Commissioner Thierry Breton and four other Europeans is unacceptable and a blatant act of censorship. It's not censorship, though. It's not censorship to not allow you to go to America. You still have freedom of speech. You can still access Twitter. You know, the platform that you're trying to ban and censor out of the European Union. You can actually go and complain on Twitter that you're being censored because you're not allowed to go on holiday to America.
What's next? Sanctioning everyone who voted for EU digital rules because they hold a different view from Trump? Yes, based. Do it. Do it now.
Deal with it. Just cry about it. Cry harder. What's next? God, hopefully way more. Hopefully bankrupts you somehow. What's next? Sanctioning everyone who voted for digital EU rules because they hold a different view from Trump. Yeah, I would. How about you just start sanctioning entire nations in Europe? Just not random. Yeah, today we're going to sanction Belgium. Today we're going to sanction Spain. Today France, then Germany, then all of Europe. Just because fuck yourselves. That's why. All right? We're so sick of it. We're so sick of you parading as if you are moral people when all you do is censor. You are not moral agents. You are not the arbiters of morality. What you are is creating essentially a new Soviet...
You see, with how bright Carl glows, I accept his adopted identity as a Southern gentleman, because only a Southern gentleman can hate the Eurotards with this burning hatred.
Union across across Europe, and all you're going on about now is, oh, you need to European federalize. Do you want a federal Europe under these fuckers? Why would you want that? The decision by the US to impose travel restrictions on European citizens and officials is unacceptable and an attempt to challenge our sovereignty. No, it's not. Why are there so many
You'd vote for him to be mayor of Amarillo at least? Yes.
women involved in this? Listen, you have not got a right to go to America. And you're like, Europe will keep defending its values. America is defending its values. That's what's happening here. America is defending its values. And if you don't like it, don't go to America. In fact, you're not even allowed to go to America, so what are you going to do? And again, these just loads of women on this. The European Commission strongly condemns the travel restrictions imposed by the US. Well, I mean, wipe your nose, stop blubbing, it's okay. Our digital legislation has been democratically decided. No, nothing about the European Union is democratic. You're a complete facade. It's all bollocks. There is nothing organically democratic about the European Union, and no one thinks so. It's so obvious that
Europeans are spiritually female, real and true. I mean, Europe is the Longhouse at this point. The European Union is the Longhouse, ruled by the by the fucking grave mind of the cruel mother.
This is just about control and censorship, and the Trump administration can see it. They're not having it. They don't have to have it. They can turn around and just sanction you, and you, and you, and they could sanction the fucking lot of you. And to be honest with you, I'd probably sanction almost everyone who holds an elected, quote-unquote, position or an official position in the European Union as a body. I would just be literally like, okay, if you receive money from the European Union, you're not coming to the United States. Why? We just don't want you. We just are not interested in having you here. Merry fucking Christmas.
Absolutely fantastic. What is this? 5 days ago. I see Shibukawa again doing some shit that he typically does. Let's quickly take a look at it. I'm gonna click through this real fast. What are we doing? Are we actually doing something? Really? A whole video about how to put a hakama on correctly. God, you're so fucking useless. At this point, we should view the EU through smugglers' eyes. Find their valuables and swipe them when we can, leave the rest for the rest. Do they have valuables? My understanding is that they need Ukraine to keep embezzling money because they have nothing left. They don't have natural resources. Like, they're shit out of luck. Alright, so this is a fun little video that I saw, and I started watching this because the guy had some videos about like how he has certain things set up, some gear devices which were hit or miss. And then I found this like offensively low IQ take. I'm gonna let this play out, and then I'm gonna share my opinion. But this sounds like someone who's never left the country before, lives in California, and has visited China once and has drunk the Kool-Aid without ever looking back. But somehow this has 300 views. All right, go
Hey
off.
everyone, thanks for tuning into the channel. Wanted to discuss a fairly controversial topic that is constantly in my YouTube.
The occasional pretty woman, for example, true. They do have a number of those, mostly in Eastern Europe.
YouTube algorithm lately, and that's China versus America.
Import Rawara, let them keep Kiara. Yeah, based on the leaked pics that I've seen, yeah, keep her.
Versus China. There's a YouTube channel I recently subscribed to, The Dave Show. The Dave Show is put on by a guy named Dave. I watched a couple of his videos, really enjoyed the channel, and he recently posted a video basically discussing current events, the state of the world, of America at least, and who we are in and out of conflict with. One of the countries he mentioned was China, and so I thought I would make a video giving you quite a different perspective and hopefully allow you to be somewhat open-minded when it comes to understanding these conflicts, understanding the mindset maybe we should or should not be taking, and go from there. So when it comes to the America versus China, China versus America conflict, whether we're discussing the tariff wars,
well, for one, we don't really have a hot conflict with them, otherwise there wouldn't be a China. But we are competitive in the global stage.
whether we're discussing some type
We're adversarial.
of militarization, comparing militaries, comparing who's going to war with who, who's spying on who. I believe this is a topic that has come from a government level, and it's trickling down into people such as myself, individuals such as myself. I'm an American, I live here in America. However, in my opinion and the way I look at things as I get older is that I am no better than anyone just because I am born in a certain area code, because I'm born in a certain city, a different city.
I mean, oh god, he's doing the midwit thing of challenging obvious observations because there are exceptions to certain rules. Does being from a certain area code immediately mean that you are better or worse than someone? No, but it is strongly correlated with certain things about you, and I can use those to assess the value of your character, because stereotypes exist for a reason, and statistics also provide a pretty good and a pretty well-informed landscape of opinions on people that share certain characteristics.
Or I'm born in a different or certain part of the world. That's just not the way I view things. And
then again, if you're born in America, you're more likely to have an IQ above 100, and if you're born in India or Pakistan, you're more likely to have an IQ barely above 70 because, well, mostly due to inbreeding.
I think at this point in time, we're beginning to take what our government is saying and now making it our ideology and the way we do things, the way we communicate with people, the way we interact with certain people, the way we make decisions on buying certain goods or not buying certain goods. The problem with that is it creates an extremely one-sided way of thinking, a one-sided way of life. And I just don't know if that is...
It is profoundly retarded, I'm sorry. And the parent who's related to you in more than one direction. Christ.
The best option for us as adults. It is very difficult to point fingers at people explaining that they're the bad guy and we're the good guy. It's very difficult to do that when you're open-minded. Now, if you're closed-minded, it's very easy to do that. And I think
that is a false dichotomy. All nations are self-interested, but then again, you sort of have to examine what are outcomes certain nations are vying for. And for the most part, I would say the U.S. is still consistently on the mission statement of ensuring life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Just a moment, I need to cough. And when juxtaposed with the mission statement of the Chinese Communist Party to proliferate communism and ensure the survival of the Communist Party at the expense of everything else, yes, by comparisons, when we compare apples to oranges, yes, their mission statement is fucking evil.
That is the environment we are creating. That is the environment that has become so ubiquitous with Americans.
This is such a brainlet argument. It's making me angry.
Such as myself. The gun industry, the firearms industry, the prepping industry has completely taken on, in my opinion, a victim mindset when it comes to certain countries that the American government does not like.
Victim mindset?
Or at least that they express that they're having issues with, even though we at the individual level.
You mean by Chinese companies just deadass stealing tech like they did with the MPX?
Don't have any issue with this country. And so I really at the individual, or at least that they express that they're having issues with, even though we at the individual level don't have any issue with this country. And so,
are you sure that you don't have any issue with the Chinese government? Maybe you're just not aware that you have those. Perhaps you should be concerned about Chinese citizens trying to smuggle, I don't know, novel viruses into the country. The Chinese refusing to shut down when they were in the middle of COVID, knowing full well what alpha strain COVID was. Specifically to allow the rest of the world to be infected, as to avoid them having to be the only country who needs to lock down and is therefore suffers an economic setback. Perhaps there is a pattern with, I don't know, Chinese nationals buying up farmland in very close proximity to U.S. military bases. Does that not do anything? Like, do you think that's inconsequential for you as an American citizen?
I recently came across a video maybe a month ago of a fairly, I would say maybe 10, 11-year-old boy and girl who were at a school event. Not quite sure. This was in China. Mm-hmm. And they're holding up their fist, they're putting their hands over their heart, and they're advocating for the flag that's flying behind them, explaining how much they love China and how much they advocate for China, and they're proud to be a Chinese citizen. The comments were flooded with, I would imagine, Western people explaining how this is demonic, this is so bad, this is terrible. However, if you use that same example and rather put an American flag above them, have a Western boy or girl saying the same exact thing, we find that to be
it's propaganda, you asshole.
Patriotic. There's quite a double standard there. If you have any level of intelligence.
I just realized that chat is not being overlaid on screen. Let me fix that real quick for you. Twitch chat. Just bring that over Chrome. There we are. Now we have full chat.
Any ounce of humility.
You can hear the dent in his fucking head.
You understand it's probably not the right way to live.
Well, first of all, one of these things is not like the other. For example, I don't believe we mandate saying the Pledge of Allegiance in schools anymore because it's seen as a little bit invasive, and I don't entirely agree with that. I think that maybe saying the Pledge of Allegiance on a regular basis is a good thing. You can disagree. A lot of libertarians seem to disagree with that, forgetting that America is the only country where you can be libertarian. On the other hand, unlike China, we also don't impose generational penalties on you refusing to do so.
Right. So many people have their own ideas of what China is, who China is, what China is, and what their endeavor is. However, have never been to China, don't know anyone who is Chinese, who lived or currently lives in China, but they have all of this information about this country based off what the American media, whether it's a left or right-wing media, is feeding them.
Have you considered that people are capable of, first of all, choosing what kind of information they consume? We no longer live in an environment where government actors fully control the flow of information you get. You can sign on to whatever the fuck was that TikTok alternative that was popular for a while, Redbook, I think, Red Note. Something like this, something to that effect. Like, you can go and look at Chinese content on Instagram. Like, you can look at the content that the Chinese are making. I don't understand what is like, oh, people are looking at things about China and making up opinions about China. Yeah, like, I don't need to go to China to learn certain things about that. To learn certain things about the country. I've interacted with Chinese people. I do business with Chinese people on a regular basis. My opinions about them are complex and layered. For one, I have a separate opinion about the Chinese government, the Chinese communist government, and the people that populate China. And again, I understand that it's difficult. It's difficult to contextualize for someone with a sub 90 IQ, but most things in the world are complex, and it's okay to disagree with hostile governments, especially if you're able to enunciate and elaborate why you think those governments are bad on an objective metric on their own in a vacuum, and how they negatively affect you.
Without actually experiencing things for themselves. When you experience things for yourself, it humbles you in a way that you won't be provided from a news outlet. So it actually makes you feel somewhat embarrassed when you do things like this. And when you
Dude really just took a vacation to China, did not fucking understand what he was looking at. He's probably one of those brainlets who's blown away by the shiny neon signs and their density in certain Chinese cities.
Operate your life this way. If you were to go to Japan, to China, to Malaysia, to many of these Asian countries,
and you're going to have a very different experience between them, by the way. And only in China you can actually go to prison for things you say.
Begin to realize how more advanced they are than we are. However,
no, they're fucking not. Malaysia is absolutely fucking not more advanced than we are. What the fuck are you on, my guy? Japan is just as, I wouldn't even say, it depends on what you term as advanced. I would say that Japan is more conservative than us. But the LEDs, but they are so shiny. Fucking brainlet. China is not more advanced than us, my guy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to steal our technology. They wouldn't have to beg us to sell them NVIDIA GPUs for their fucking AI centers. LEDs equals advanced. Sorry. Experienced your friend Ju getting put in an MMO gold farm for shit talking CCP on Skype. I hope that's not real. I really hope. They're obsessed over fucking face, so they build empty cities and make their cities shiny to impress people because it's all hollow. Yeah, and then those cities start crumbling because it's shitty construction.
if you, let's take the firearms industry or the prepping industry, for example, they believe that anything that is made in China is complete garbage. Well, that
I mean, 9 times out of 10, if there's not a company assigned minder standing over the shoulder of the Chinese manufacturer making a thing, then yes, QC is a big weakness of Chinese manufacturing due to, you know, the sheer volume of shit that they push out and the slave wages that they pay. I know, again, I work with China for manufacturing shit. I know that you really want the shift that's making your run of product to be beaten with a stick in the morning. Just to keep them motivated to work properly until their next lunch break, if they ever get a lunch break. It is slave labor, and slave labor is infamously not very high quality. Do the Chinese have great craftsmen? Abso-fucking-lutely. That actually happened. He contacted you on one of the TGE games. They barely fed him and hit him with sticks if he idled for too long. See? Slave labor could not have built the Washington Monument. I mean, slave labor could barely build anything. Again, the Chinese, as a people, are a very gifted and industrious people. For example, one of my favorite pieces of pottery is a purple clay teapot that I bought directly from a Chinese wholesaler where I buy my teas, by the way. So those are things that are made by rural Chinese business owners. These are small manufacturing outlets. They work outside of large urban cities. It's not your mass-produced slop. Yes, it's they use press forms for the lower grade of the purple clay. And that's fine. I don't need mine to be like fully manually formed. I'm not that much of a pottery snob. No, I am, but again, not when it comes to the Chinese stuff. So I'm fine with things that are made in China by people I know, and when it's, a piece that I can individually assess because I have a proficiency and an expertise in that particular subject. That being said, if a Chinaman can cheat you by selling you a thing that's as good as you're able to appreciate, he fucking will. And whenever you're dealing with something that's mass-produced, you will absolutely have a significant amount of duds coming out, especially if we're dealing with something that's complex. Like, one of the reasons I don't like Hollow-Sun is because I don't want to have a piece of Chinesium slop as my fallback in a life or death situation. I do not trust Chinese QC because I know what Chinese QC is. I carry with a Vortex Red Dot, which is unfortunately made in China. However, Vortex has been good recently, and they have good secondary QC, making sure that the Chinese do their fucking job. So, like, in a market where I'm limited to the Shield RMSC footprint, the Vortex Defender is just my best option because there are no American-made RMSC footprint red dots. My other option is Shield, which is a British red dot, which, I don't know, it costs a full $100 more. But generally, when something is cheap, it's cheap for a reason. And those reasons very rarely contribute to high quality. Why not be a pottery snob? Think of all of the rhymes I'm missing. Too difficult. Sorry, I'm on a roll ranting here.
That doesn't really make sense, given that a Chinese bridge that's made in China is Chinese. A Chinese building that's made in China is Chinese. Chinese vehicles that are made.
Yeah, those buildings frequently have an entire fucking side of a high-rise fall off. Those bridges are held together with fucking spit and duct tape on occasion. And they frequently crash. You just don't hear about them.
In China are Chinese, and these vehicles, this infrastructure, the architecture.
Chinese vehicles set themselves on fucking fire, my guy. You don't, again, because you are a low IQ slop consumer who thinks he's cracked the code and figured out something that goes counter to the predominant narrative. Like, it is my least favorite kind of midwit, the contrarian midwit, who thinks that if he disagrees with like obvious things, then that automatically makes him smart. So I will tell you, once Russia started undergoing its recent round of sanctions where it could no longer get European goods imported into the country, they've started replacing a lot of the cars that they import with Chinese cars. And Chinese cars were always considered shitboxes because they had low security ratings, because they did not have good hull integrity, and the moment you have any kind of serious crash, you are fucking dead inside of a Chinese car. Not only that, the Chinese EVs have a very high tendency to blow the fuck up, like a fucking Samsung lithium battery. They would randomly set themselves on fire. They would randomly lose connectivity with important parts of, the all-electronic fucking control suite inside of the car. And those are things that are well documented in Russia now because they have to consume the fucking shit, because they don't have better cars, because the cars they make in Russia are also shit, because all of their higher quality manufacturing capabilities were fucking Chevys and Peugeots, which are, foreign run manufacturing powers that were rapidly withdrawn as the war started. The EV battery ejectors are amazingly horrific. Oh, I can imagine. cheap, fast, high quality, choose two, exactly.
Architecture, the engineering that is happening in China right now is light years ahead of what
But it's not, my guy.
Architecture, the engineering that is happening in China right now is light years ahead of what is happening in America. So how does that hold up? How does that ideology make any sense? Well, it doesn't need to if you're extremely close-minded. It doesn't need to.
I'm going to leave a mean
Problem
comment.
With this industry is that so many people have
With what this industry? With which industry?
adopted this ideology for no apparent reason, just because their buddy says it and the industry says it. They fail to understand basic math. If a country makes a business move saying we are going to sell everything, we are going to be the world's manufacturer, we will manufacture.
No. The country didn't do shit. We allowed them to be that. We made them a manufacturing powerhouse in the hopes that a rising level of comfort of life and consumerism would gradually push them into being a democracy. They didn't say that. We handed it to them exactly. The Chinese are only rich because Mao Zedong is dead. There were a couple of steps that contributed to that.
Cheap items, good items, and great items. We will manufacture it all.
No, again, they don't manufacture anything that's great.
And because the sample size is so large, inevitably you will have things.
Chinese manufacturing is so fucking bad that they had to take the short-stroke gas piston system of the 416 and redesign it for looser tolerances because they're not able to produce it at the tolerances of the HK416. Superior engineering, my ass.
Things that come out of this country that are lower quality. That does not mean things saying we are going to sell everything. We are going to be the world's manufacturer. We will manufacture cheap items, good items, and great items. We will manufacture it all. And because the sample size is so large, inevitably you will have things that come out of this country that are lower quality. That does not mean all of them are low.
Man is utterly unaware of the concept of per capita, is he? The Americans who push that line don't believe it. They knew what was going to happen. Using the Chinese as an example of superior engineering is literally saying the million monkeys are all literally geniuses because they fumbled into a novel.
Lower quality, and to think that is extremely close-minded. And let me preface this video by saying I'm not choosing sides. I'm not saying one country is better than the other, one people are better than the other. What I'm saying is we need to have a discussion about being more open-minded and making informed decisions and understanding the other side, realizing that just because somebody lives over there and my government does not like them over there does not mean that I have to share that same thought process. That's called. Hey everyone.
One of these things is not like the other. Like again, he's jumping through conclusions, and oh boy, fucking stretch before you reach.
Of being an adult. I'll give you another example of this. What is fed to us, or at least me, on my algorithm, is Chinese spies are everywhere. Chinese attempting to infiltrate America.
They are buying farmland near U.S. military bases. There have been Chinese agents caught and prosecuted for spying in American universities.
Etc., etc., etc. That's a very victim way of looking at things, right? You don't think there are Chinese that could be fed information that America has spies everywhere, which we do. We all know we do. America is attempting to infiltrate every country.
Yes.
History says that we do. That's what we do.
Of course we do. What we don't do is we don't try to import crop killer spores into those countries to trigger a famine. We typically don't do that.
We don't see that as being bad, but we do when someone else does it, right? America has military bases everywhere, guys. We are inundated all over the world. However, we see that to be completely appropriate. But if another country does it, we then take that as this country is trying to dominate everyone else. I believe most people want peace. I believe most people want to do what is best for their people and their country. There's nothing wrong with that. I would highly advocate we do the same, and we always advocate that we do the same. So if Russia wants to make the decisions that they want to make, I believe that is their issue. If America wants to make the decisions that we want to make, I believe that is our issue. And if China wants to make the decisions they want to make, I believe that is their issue. We're creating this environment where We hate people because of the area of the world that they were born in. We hate people because their way of life is different.
No. We hate people because they are commies. And we've already established that commies are not people. I hope that helps. We do our best. We do brute force things, budget enough to fight God, but we're not destroying their countries in an unrecoverable way. Yes.
Different than ours. That is such an immature way of looking at things, and I see it quite pervasive in this industry. And so I'm neither.
Let's make a decision to gut the Chinese economy. God, I wish. You know why it's all moral good to hate China, all of China? For the preservation of Mongolia and Korea and Vietnam and Japan. I mean, listen, all we have to do is just, reunite the two pieces and make West Taiwan whole again.
Either for this country or for this country. I'm not against this country or against that country. I'm someone who believes that he is halfway intelligent and is able to understand certain issues.
That's no, my guy, you're not. You may want to reassess that one.
Through a lens that is open-minded rather than pointing fingers at individuals because their way of life is different than mine and because I don't like the way their country's doing things. Most Americans have never stepped foot out of this country, and yet we are so educated when it comes to other countries' foreign affairs, what those people are like, what their government's intentions are. It's a very ignorant way of living your life. My recommendation, go out and explore these other countries, and I think you'll be humbled to realize we're not so different than many of these people.
I've lived overseas for way too long. I speak 3 foreign languages. No, we are the best. we very justifiably so look down on the rest of the world because the rest of the world sucks.
And many of these countries that we so often demonize are not.
And the only parts that don't suck only do so because we permit them to be that way, because we've built them up from the ground up oftentimes.
Not that bad at all. I think we should focus more on what's happening in our house than the White House. The average person here in America can't afford a $1,000 emergency without going into debt, but we understand all the intricate details of the China versus America tariff war. Things that you cannot control. Focusing.
I mean, you can control it by voting, and I think we should tariff China, because China not having to pay tariffs in order to flood our market with cheap fucking everything is one of the reasons we have such weak manufacturing domestically, and why we're undercutting our own domestic manufacturing and the economical capabilities and prosperity of American people.
On things that you can't control, being a more open-minded individual, and get out of America to experience different parts of the world on vacation so that you too can see how similar we all are, rather than pointing fingers at individuals.
Dude really think I am going to cast aspersions here. Dude went to fucking Hong Kong, probably Hong Kong, maybe he went to like Shenzhen or some impressive part of China. He was his little midwit brain was completely blown out of his box. The LEDs completely cooked his brain, and now he thinks that, damn, China is actually poggers. Holy shit. This offends me on a level that I can't even begin to describe. Holy damn. Just going to limit in the shit posting because I can't upload in media. Yes, there's a reason why I don't allow that.
Espresso there too, if you leave.
Yeah. Well said, Carl. Give me a moment to quickly retool what we're doing here, because we finally get to play some games. We have a demo. Apparently there's been an update to Queen's Loyalty. Queen's Loyalty isn't going to be very exciting to play for a bit, because all there is to do is to grind now. Alright, let me change our world to one that supports aiming. Default, there we go, boom. Right, it's loading. Yeah, the Santa cap doesn't really play as well. Miscellaneous. Alright, let's see, load defaults. Defaults. Give me a moment. I require external assistance to stand up. Given the games that we have ready, we're going to use this one. Bang. All right, let me get a gun so that I'm just not just pointing fingers at you idly. There we go. Is that the correct one? It is the correct one. All right, we're back in business. Let's see. I'm sure it's not going to cook my GPU if I start this up. Santa hat stays on, gotta stay jolly. Of course. No, the Santa hat stays on at least until New Year's. I did spend an entire 30 minutes putting it on, so.
Blue archive.
Why is it not capturing? Please don't tell me that. Oh, there it is. Okay, it was capturing previously. All right. We're gonna play a little Blue Archive just to commemorate the fact that the Blue Archive community has successfully gate-kept the tourists who were attempting to engage with the content without our consent. Move you over here. We're gonna skip. Still need to download it. It's a very nice gaming experience on PC. I used to play on my phone, and it was okay. The load times were a little extra, just because, you know, every click is punished by a slow loading screen. And it takes up a shit ton of memory. That I did not appreciate, especially since I already have like 3 gacha games on my phone. So, triaging it, since it has one of the stingier gachas, it was triaged off of my phone and banished into the Shadow Realm until they came out with a Steam client. Gatekeeping tourists gives you warm fuzzies. I'm especially pleased with the fact that they've gate-kept that cocksucker from Trash Taste. Fucking, what's his name? Sea Dog? The one who's incidentally friends with a fraud in Japan. The Japan content creator who famously barely speaks any Japanese. And thinks that it's a good thing to flood the country with infinity foreigners. Right, may need to beat this one. Meaty, everyone has light armor. We're just gonna do a little bit of farming. Just because. Replace you. We have better options now. You know what? I want to run Shun because I recently got her. There we go. Oh, I got her from the archive. Gosh, I'm very pleased with myself. But yeah, I haven't, for the longest time while I was still playing it, I stuck to just, you know, purely clearing dailies for quite a bit. I'm gonna see my cursor, there it is. But I was also upgrading my cast. Your Croatian friend told you that his new account got a full-on pick a student. You're gonna grab Tsurugi. It depends. I'm gonna show you the gacha that does that. Oh. It's not quite full-on choose a student. It's just that there's a very generous gacha for the older drops. I think I need to bring the volume down slightly. What do you think? SFX, yeah, that's very loud. Let's do that. There we go. Let's keep the voices louder. All right, there we go. That's much better. It was kind of drowning me out. I'm not enjoying that.
こうなってるんだね。じゃあお願い。これが今までの私ってやつね。
I have a couple of students that are leveled up to somewhat of a ridiculous extent. Aru being one of them.
覚悟しなさい。誰もそこからは逃れられない。
Sayuri being the other one.
これが VIP のもの。私だって力になれるんだから。ありがとうございます。感謝しよう。狙われてる。お手伝いありがとうございます。バン。無駄。お手伝いありがとうございます。みんな覚悟しなさい。無駄だ。
Alright, that's the boss fight. Let's clear you. You have the fullest HP. See, she just one-taps the entire boss. Passive healing. This is Blue Archive. This is specifically the Steam client. Oh, your brain confused Blue Archive and Azur Lane? I see. Because they're both blue? Well, sort of, yes. Azur Lane, I don't know. Like, I play Azur Lane fairly consistently because the character designs are better, but the gameplay in Azur Lane is torturous. It is punishment for daring to want to roll the gacha. Although their monetization strats were pretty fucking good, like I can't argue with that. They sell you them skins fairly well. I am guilty of spending a substantial, well, not a substantial, but I'm guilty of spending money to get certain pulls. But Azur Lane doesn't have a native PC client, and I'm not going to set up BlueStacks just, you know, to play a gacha game on stream. Unless I'm sponsored. So, Yostar, throw some gems my way, some premium currency, and we'll figure something out. Okay, who will that be? Let's keep you over here. I need to rebuild this cafe because it's kind of slapdash together, just everything I had. I have for gifts for anyone. I'm not interested in leveling you. Ah, I forgot to visit the other cafe. I still have a second floor. Your only gacha love is Hons, possibly because of the IRL connection stuff. Listen, to each their own. I avoid the horse game, mostly because I have way too many other gacha games to play. Use BlueStacks to play MLBB. You might start doing that again on Kick. Probably should have told your Filipino viewers that you were dropping Twitch. Damn, why are you dropping Twitch? You streamed on Twitch? Oh, nice, she's interacting with the thing. Let's invite the bunny. Why are you dropping Twitch? I should cross stream on Kick. I'm just too lazy to set it up. The second floor needs to be filled out a little bit more. It's kind of barren. Alright, there we go. Best girl. As much as I appreciate Hasumi... I'm really miffed about her not being a playable character. The thing, it is being interacted with. Yes, exactly. That's the purpose of building out your cafe. You put down interactables in the cafe, and then the chibis will interact with them, and it's like cutesy and cool. But the character choice gacha is the archive recruitment one, and you can choose one of the sort of older banner students, and roll them. And the gacha tickets for this one are fairly generous. The thing is, like, nothing here is really groundbreaking. Like, it's none of the costumes are here. So it's whatever. Like, definitely not worth spending gems because you're gonna get enough free summons as is. Okay, what else do we have? We need to assign lessons. Yasha. Okay, let's see who's still low. And the affinity system actually has purpose here, similar to Girls Frontline, because here they get better stats at higher affinity levels. But unlike Girls Frontline, where it's implied that you're fucking all of them, this game actually doesn't do that. Let's see. So that's why the angle of, oh, this is a pedophilia game, it's severely retarded. You don't know what you're talking about. Please show yourself out, preferably with a hole in your skull. Wait, what? I did not understand that sentence. Oh, did you hear, speaking of Kick, did you hear that our favorite melted golem has been perma-banned from Kick? I wonder if he had to pay back all of the money that he was paid to go exclusive. Because rumor was that he was paid something like 15 mil to stream on Kick. Mizkif, the retard who was doing pull-ups on a sakura tree in Japan. Yeah. The low IQ retard. Well, I mean, it's a tautology, but you know, he is consistently low IQ, as he has proven time and time again. You hope he has to pay it back? Same. Big same, actually. What else do we need? We need to roll some hard levels. We need to roll hard levels because I still need fragments for certain students. There she is. We can sweep a lot of these because I did beat them for 3 stars. Last couple of days, Japanese Musume got updated. All versions of Golshi may now be canon. Was there a suspicion that there are non-canon versions of Golshi? Were there multiple Golshis? Get one here. Her appearance is generally considered to be a gag. Ah, as in she's not an actual in-world character? She showed up in Grand Blue, so she's basically Deadpool. I need to buy stuff from the shop to complete my dailies. What else can I buy? Not much else right now. I don't have that many drilling coins. Tech challenges. We should buy these. Okay, that should be enough. Also, was that not a daily challenge? Let's see. Oh, that's the main missions. Where's the event? There it is.
バレないように手を抜くためには技術が求められます。コツを教えて差し上げまし。
Okay, now we have all of our dailies. Yay.
あっさりと今日のお仕事はこれでおしまい。
I'm gonna grind premium currency for when Shirako Terror is back in the banner.
この試練おめでとうございます。
Okay, we
何
got
か赤字
something
覚悟の
else.
大切。それ美味しいですよね。
Alright. While we're here... Oh, I actually need to finish change my category.
こちらへおかけください。
There we go, Blue Archive. Hell yeah. Alright, so we have our mini game that we need to finish because it drops like a premium currency that I need to finish farming. So it's like an internal little card game, which I don't entirely understand because I'm too lazy to read the prompts. Oh fuck, I hate this one. I forget how, but the tree is very unpleasant to deal with. Oh, I don't have enough. Let's see. One random card from your hand deals damage equivalent. I really don't want it to discard that one though. Draws one. Okay. Let's just go for a raw attack. I have no idea what's happening, but cards are acute. Yeah, that's pretty much my experience of the game. I mostly try to intuit certain things, try to use some items and some cards intelligently. Oh boy. I still can't use that one. It's 3 rapid fire cards at the top of the deck, okay. Do I not have any rapid fire cards? I'm not gonna enjoy this. Why is the tree beating my ass? How is the tree attacking me? In other news, War Thunder is running a closed beta for infantry. It's jank, of course. Well, yes, that was to be expected. Hopefully I can survive one more round. Oh. It can just do that. Okay. I don't know. I don't enjoy the snail, so I don't really pay attention to what goes on there. Alright, and we'll send you there to replace. Now we can do this. And we don't have any energy left, so what we can do is... We don't have any equipment cards. Just spend this. You're more excited about active matter? What is that? Sounds familiar. I really dislike the fact that it can just attack my entire bench. Let's, oh, it's okay, only the front student. Fair enough. Okay, let's move you in front since everyone gets damaged anyway. Do this. Heal you for 3. Is a light horror sci-fi extraction shooter. Ah! Is it any good? Is it coming out anytime soon? Surely I'm not supposed to wear down all 99 HP of that thing. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's not great. I need better cards. I may lose this if I'm not paying attention, especially. It's one barrier to ally striker. Okay, also yes. All right, give me one barrier to soften the blow. What do you do? Increases EX skill power front striker ally by 1. Increases EX power by 2. Striker of Justice Task Force. I don't remember if she is. I mean, HP is nice to have, even at the expense of points. Right, I think the cards that take damage have to fall off, or not. Oh, they do, okay. What is this? Special effect dehydration. Can I... Yeah, let me just play this. Okay, I think we did okay. Yay, we won. Select your rewards. I like none of these. What is this? Deals 3 damage to a random enemy. Hell yeah. Creates 1 random single-use card, destroys all equipment equipped by a selected ally striker, recovers HP and increases EX power skill for striker according to the number of equipment. Okay, let's go though. I need to clean out my deck because I have superfluous cards that just don't work for me. We also need to revive our existing strikers. Recall our retreated students. There we go. Okay, now we have 2 playable characters. Let's make sure to not fubless.
どんな噂話を鵜呑みにしたのかは知りませんが、ファクトチェックくらいなさったらどうですか?
The voice...
ティーパーティーの所有地です。
The voice sounds very familiar, but I can't quite place my finger on where I may have heard her. Select a student to go in front. Let's go with you because you're at least going to be less useless. Okay. What does this do? Increase XP by 1 for each striker. Oh, if the equipped striker is from Justice Task Force. I think she is Justice Task Force. I forget if she is. Recover 1 cost, then recovers cost equal to number of ally Hakido. I don't think I have any Hakido. This one is free. We love free. I should really get back into playing Greyzone. I've not done that for a while. I'm probably gonna do more of that over the winter break, just because I'm finally able to decompress a little bit, just because things were kind of fucking heavy at work. Requiring way a lot of my attention. Alright, we still can't play this, but we can play this. Next turn we should be able to heal, unless they kill her again. What the fuck was that? Oh, damn it, we lost the turn again. Not great, not great. Well, all we can do is this. 3 direct damage, and there's going to be some follow-ups. Alright, 1 HP left. Great to ask why she's a card if she's not playable, but you were fighting a palm tree 5 minutes ago. She's not a character that you can roll in the gacha. That's what I mean by not being a playable character. I'm just going to go for a straight buff. And that's probably everything I can do. Just nuke her. You bitch. That's actually a lot of damage. I don't appreciate that. Alright, I heal some of it back. That's good. Increase striker power. I don't really need any of this shit. Yeah, this just draws another one. Yeah, neither of these are playable characters, and I really like the journalist girl's design. The underboob rules supreme. Cost of random card becomes 0. Good for early game. Do we get another character? Yeah, we get Hina as playable. That's good. Nice. Hopefully she's going to be a little bit more useful than the, Wait, you have a lot of HP. I don't like that. Can you, like, not? Let's put you in front because... Oh, damn it. 6 action points to do anything. That kind of sucks. Okay, what do you do? Deals 3 damage to a random enemy. If damage is dealt to the front enemy... okay, sure. 1 point is basically free. I will take those odds. And I will add these to you so that we don't have to pay a point cost for swapping you out next turn. Oh no, not the fucking dynamite. The problem with the dynamite is that it does damage to my entire stack. Like everyone who's on screen. And it's treated as like an active enemy. Alright, how many points do you take? You need 6 points to be active. Fair enough. Let's replace you, and you need 2 points for attack. So we're going to spend this one to do this. We're going to heal on the next turn. But yeah, especially with 0.4 being on the horizon and me having to lose all of my shit except for the paid supporter stuff. I should play some more Grey Zone. I've been getting back into Tekken. I'm not going to say that it's fun, but at the very least I can get a degree of entertainment from playing it. Let's go here. I don't think it's very useful to kill the dynamite piles. I don't remember if it is. What the fuck was that? Thought I got affected by a status effect or something. Let's see. Left with just 2 points. Let's blast you. I'm gonna need to heal, otherwise I feel like I'm gonna get wiped by the dynamite going off. What does it do? Deal damage to all enemies when the user retreats. Start of a turn, increase the X power by 1. Okay, what can I do with 7 points? Not a lot. That thing retreats. It's gonna hit me for 3 damage. No? Now it's gonna hit me. Oh no, that's a lot of damage. Why is... I don't understand how this game works. Heal to get something. We don't have points for an attack. I don't like this. Let's leave this to force a change. I may wipe here. Okay, wastes a point. Explodes. I'm just gonna kill you. By the skin of our teeth. Hers 1 HP for all strikers. Yes, please. Random damage cards. Let's get more characters in to replace the ones that died off. Confirm. Replace that one. I'm not sure I want to replace named characters, even though I only have so many to work with. It's 7 HP. We gotta work with some. And it's the boss battle in front of us. Oh, great. Uh-huh. Let's pick one of the faceless characters then. Okay, you know what? Free is free. Deck him for 2. Oh, she can only heal the front. Okay. Alright, let's attach this here for use in the next turn. It's not fair that they can hit my bench. I'm really upset by the fact that they can hit my bench, especially for all of that damage. Not very cash money. Barrier to all ally striker. Get that barrier. What can you do? Oh no, we had heals on this entire time. Should have read what they do. That's kind of a lot of damage. I'm not very pleased with that. Alright, let's do random damage real quick. Draw 2 cards, maybe there's something better there. I feel like I'm gonna wipe. I'm probably gonna wipe. Yeah, not great. I guess I was supposed to take out the secondary mobs first. Really, I survived. I don't have an attacking character, though. Well, I guess I kind of do. What, so I just keep healing myself faster than this thing can kill me? You wish you had your eyes on the screen, you love card games. I'm not really enjoying the card game aspect. Like, the gameplay of Blue Archive is abridged as it is. Oh boy. Okay, let's try this, I guess. Doesn't really do anything for you, but may as well. Don't have points, so we're just going to cast Self-Heal to survive the next volley. Okay, that's better. At the very least, we have some mobs to throw at it. And we get some free damage in, that's good. Why Why the fuck does it do random amounts of damage? I really hate that. Speaking of random damage, we're gonna let this cook because it requires buildup. Deals 2 damage to a random enemy. Yeah, better than nothing. Let's heal everyone. We're gonna do a random pip of damage to to one here, and then our supporter's gonna do another one. Swap. Okay, what does that give us from a results perspective? Well, for one, it gives us less damage every turn. No, get the fuck out. You're not allowed to spawn more. Discard 1 random card from your hand and deal damage equal to the card's cost to a random enemy. Not very useful. Gives 2 barriers to ally striker. Perhaps. Yeah, let's just heal. Right, barriers are always a single use. Let's remember that. Cost of 1 card becomes 0. Okay. I guess we can try this. Does 4 damage. Okay, so we can keep cooking this card basically up until the point it does something. Draws 1 card. Let's spend this, see if we can get something better. We can get something better. We're going to retreat. No, don't use skill. No, don't use. We're going to send you out. We're going to have you just do damage. Oh, you heal off of dealing damage. Okay, good to know. Let's give you some HP. We may still have it. We may still have it. Alright. I'm waiting for this to be powerful enough to just nuke the boss. You know what? I changed my mind. I'm going to use it now while we have a guaranteed target hit. There we go. Nice. 10 guaranteed damage. We're also going to... oh, we don't have enough points. Well, that's a shame. Increase your skills. I think this is the stage that I need to beat to just auto-clear these missions now. Alright, I should just save my cards and not be wasteful with them. I'm not getting any carryover for the next round, so I'm gonna save that and draw 2 cards. I don't know what the hell you are. Oh, I know what you are. Destroys all equipment. That doesn't really do anything for me. I'm just gonna... Yay. Confirm. Can I just sweep now, or do I have to keep punishing myself? I can just sweep now, right? Hell yeah. We just get random stuff. Okay, I no longer need to play the card game. And we get currency. Because the reason we played this game in the first place is to get currency for this draw. There you go. Now we have enough currency for another roll. Tasks. What do tasks give? I have to appreciate the quality of the voice acting too. I get passive perks. Event collection acquired. Looking forward to the card game, to be honest. What do you mean? Do you mean to playing it yourself? I mean, if you like card games, it's probably interesting. I'm just not big into card games. I've soured on TCGs after I have encountered the Kyoto Championship deck and made the mistake of buying that for Oni Wife. Because basically it's a deck that plays itself. I didn't realize that Akko is such an uppity bitch until I got her. Alright. I guess I could get more stuff after I start playing with all of these perks activated, because I've almost maxed out the skill tree. Ish. Okay, let's roll the gacha. Let's gamble. Time to gamble. 10 roll, 10 roll. Come on, come on. 3-star. Alright, we're gonna roll for Mika. I don't believe we got a 3-star. No, we did get a 3-star. Hell yeah. Alright, what did we get? Alright, new character, new character. Trinity School, hell yeah. Let's fucking go! I didn't have to... I didn't have to torture myself with 170 fucking rolls to get her. Amazing this. I don't really care about the other ones. Let's power level her with the reports that we have. I think we also have an interactable item of hers. Let's see. I had to. I wouldn't say whale for the swimsuit Hasumi. I definitely. I spent $5. Oh, nice. We can give her an extra star already. I really like the voice acting. The voice acting is very pleasant. Imagine when women were made to be pleasant. Okay. We're gonna just bulk grow everything, which is not a lot. I'm not even sure what she does. She's support. Okay. Make women pleasant again. What does she have? Is that a PPK? That's like an itty bitty Walther with little wings. Cute. Okay. We do have one of the cafes stacked into a summer theme. So we're probably going to... Wait, you recognize what? You recognize the voice of the character? Michiru from where? Furniture. Should give the bunny something to interact with. Yes, there it is. We're gonna install this right over here. Where should we install it? Right behind the firing line, right here, so she can observe. We don't have an invite active yet, unfortunately.
たまにはこういう場所にいるのも良いものです。
We watched the original Miracle of the 34th Street. You forgot the main antagonist was some petty man psychologist convinced that
どこかに甘いものないかな。
being nice meant you had problems. Amazing how that holds up even today. I don't believe I've watched that. I am in fact very bad with my movies.
そのもう終わったのですか?
Could redo the film and replace it with a blue-haired Karen. A shrink convincing people that being kind was a sign of white privilege. Holy shit. It's like I'm already reading a news article about that. One of the students in my collection, Michiru, is the ninja that in a stroke of genius decided to tape a master key to her shotgun. But wait, isn't a master key already a shotgun? Just a second, let me check. One of the ninja girls, you say? I don't believe Is she from the ninjutsu study club? Oh, there she is. Oh. Okay. I mean, why have one shotgun if you can have two shotgun? Checkmate, atheists. What level is she? Low 80. I mean, I could power level her. I don't use her at all, actually. The original 34th Street was very wholesome, great Santa actor. I see. Also barely using you. You're also support. Okay. What else can we do? Let's unlock. Let's try to beat a couple of mainline story missions. Just a second. Let me quickly steamroll some noobs in PvP, because I've neglected to play PvP for so long and reset me to like the beginner leagues while having several maxed out characters, while having like a baseline striker Hasumi who just deletes health bars off of boss characters. Just don't mind me. Okay, let's see what we're doing with. Kind of have to keep playing PvP because it's just the dailies thing to do. Well, I didn't play the game. Last time I logged into Blue Archive before installing it on Steam was May. Okay, we have lots of lights and heavies, so we can go with our premier picks for this. Heavies are all on this side, lights are all on this side. So, we're gonna set... I say this works. Let's... Are any of the new girls a fit? No, I believe they're not. Maybe specials? What do you do? Increase crit damage of one ally by 50%. Grats cost overload. I don't like going into battle without a sustain, but I want to see Nagisa work, so... The voice sounds very familiar. I can't quite place my finger on it. You know what? Never mind. No. Remove. We're gonna play this differently. We can place her in the light armor defeating stack. There we go. We need at least one sustain. Okay, and you will get the new girl. So instead of Shirako, we're gonna put you here. Yeah, that works. I have other red starters. I have Shun. Let's run Shun. Hopefully she's slightly less glassy.
選択ですね。リーダー、社長であるこの私にふさわしいポジションね。
Okay. So we're gonna use auto skips because, you know, we already have a boss character to fight. It's fine. And we're so stacked up to the gills that we don't really need to manually white knuckle this. Put you back here, put you back here. There doesn't seem to be any sophisticated traversal in play. Alright, raise the platform, you go here. We're gonna wait. There we go. Just wanted to make sure that I get all of my battle ratings so I don't have to replay this. Mm.
こうしてちゃんと休めるのはいつぶりでしょうか。
She's just like me, for real, for real.
了解しました。
The chibis really work. The chibis really work well in this game. Like, the gameplay is a little bit hands-off for my taste. Like, I would like something a little bit more interactive. But they look cute at the very least.
止まってください。道に迷わない。お役に立ちましたら幸いです。じゃあ、お願い。これが権力よ。ゆっくり参りましょう。
Gun buns, love it. Oh, do I have some gun buns for you? That's why I like Auto. She just wipes an entire map with her special. You can cheese past a lot of the game with using certain skills intelligently. I have... How many bunny suit characters do I have? I think I have 3. I don't know what I summoned, but it was adorable. Yes. This is a big reason I continue to play this game, especially now that it's on PC and I am free of a lot of the mobile sort of frustrations of playing this. I think my experience is also made better by the fact that I'm not really too invested in a lot of the banners. Like, I can very comfortably skip a lot of the banners.
出発します。
Generally, my guiding star is breast size. If it's under a C cup, then I don't want it.
企業と商隊を率いるのは私の専門よ。
We're going to pull you over here so that you're not attacked counter to your element. I'm going to pull you over here. What is the boss element? I need to take a look at that real quick. Aha, boss is also explosive. That's good. How many S ranks do we need? We need at least 3 more. Meaning we can jettison you. You go here. You go here. Yeah, the mainline story missions aren't that bad. Sometimes they force you to treat it like a puzzle game in terms of how do you move around, and sometimes it'll require that you beat the game multiple times. But yeah, now that the game actually has good UX on the Steam version, it's a lot better to play. And another reason I really like Auto is because you can just do this Because the initial slug from her rifle throws the body back by a significant distance, and then it explodes. Let's actually give you crits. Damn, look at her go. I don't know how people play this with Korean, but I definitely enjoy the voice acting for the Japanese here. The characters are well written, well acted. Swipe the boss character. I like that the medic truck still shoots grenades. You really miss these details when playing on mobile. You know what? If enough of you decide to play Blue Archive, I may just make my own club. Alright, what do you say? We can play one more, or we can fiddle around with a new game demo. Third party turned me onto a novel game demo to try. We still haven't unlocked hard mode. What I really want a Wakamo figure. Just because there was one made that's particularly high quality. Am I supposed to touch all these, or just new collections? Okay. There was a particularly high quality Wakamo figure, but I think it averages like $500, so I'm gonna have to wait until it hits the secondary market. Until I can... Oh, more archival summons. Hell yeah. Let's go gamble. It's archive gamble, so I'm not particularly excited about that, but, you know, I'll take it. Trying to convert heathen Nippon bust sizes into US measurements? What do you mean? Wait, don't we also use like A, B, C, and D? I thought they used an American measurement system, no? God damn, it's the wrong one. They use 2 measurements in centimeters. Ah, okay. Still no 3 stars. Oh, we still have more, okay. Come on, this one has to be the one. All repeats. Fuck you. This is like the odds on like the gachas are not at all generous. Like look at the rate info. Like normally it is agreed upon in gacha games whenever you roll a banner, you're supposed to get better odds when you're doing 10 recruits at a time. No such thing here. No, just go fuck yourself. Here's a base 0.7% chance on a single recruit. And if you do 10 recruits, you get the same 0.7%. Both on the 1 through 9 and on the 10th, you also get the same base 0.7%. That is asinine. If I hold off on my dopamine release to acquire enough currency for a 10 roll, I think I am entitled to at least slightly bumped up odds. Alright, let's do one more. Lights and heavies again. Actually, do I not have one that's... Okay, I do have one that's unbeaten. Specials and lights. Let's try this one. Oh, I don't have... Well, I do have... Let me just reach into the shop to buy some AP. Right. The creature that runs the combini. It's definitely interesting. Alright. Recommended level 87. That's about what we are, I guess. We might be actually a little short. That's why I haven't beaten this level yet. This is also recommended level 87. Never mind. Okay, let's see. Where is the other bunny rabbit? Can I stack them? Is what I would like to know. Awesome. Okay, so she's also an attacker. Let's move you over here. She's a little under-leveled, but for the gram, we're gonna allow that. Bunny girl Akane is also rubber, but not last Mystic. Mystic is... I don't remember what she does. EX skill. Summon a mine that explodes automatically. Not terribly useful. No, we may want to go with this. Bunny girls are nice and all, but we'll have to do with one. Oh. Damn, I'm getting clean. I'm supposedly doing directly compatible damage too. Damn, we got our clock cleaned. Damn, they knocked out Wakamo, one of my higher level characters too. Okay, this might not be a great idea. We may be a little bit under-leveled after all. We'll retake this later. Okay, we can't end on an L. Let's clear another level from the mainline story. Confirm. Okay. Explosive damage goes here. Where's my explosive damage? There it is. And you go here. Okay. This is going to require us doing some kind of do-si-do around the disappearing panel over here. So this is one of those effectively puzzle levels. So we're going to stand over here. I think what we need to do is we step over here with this squad. I may have fucked up. Move you over here. You switch places and go here. Yes, and she got teleported the right direction. Cool. Acquire S rank 5 times. We don't really need to clean out this one, but just in case, just to double up. Alright. I forget, are master keys typically breech loaded, or do they have an internal, can they have an internal magazine?
さあ、我が職員たち、仕事の時間よ。場所を移動します。
Your favorite Hans's
場所を移動します。
34 triple Ds. Damn, respectable. That's some good genetics right there.
そっちに行くね。しなさい。無駄だ。狙われてる。支援を確認。場所をゆっくり参りましょう。支援を確認。
Let's clear this out.
お役に立ちました幸いです。これが権力よ。面白い。そのことを思い知れ。移動する。場所を移動します。なら遠慮しない。 狙われてる。これがビップのもてなしってやつ。
Let's let them just fight this out normally. I think the best play is to stack these two, because Shun has her own buff, and then we can double buff her.
そっちに狙われてる。じゃあお願い。
Give us some cover, okay.
支援感謝しよう。これが権力よ。支援をくれただ。これがビップのもてなしってやつね。簡単だったな。次の任務はこれくらい簡単よ。
Okay. Let's see if we can get the indie demo to work, shall we? That's quite enough. Let me collect my extra premium currency. Alright. Let's change to games and demos. You know what? I will permit Present Company to vote. You get to vote. We either do a new indie game, which allegedly has some pretty kino gun porn, or our other option is to play more Queen's Loyalty. So I shall start a vote. New poll. What to do? Queen's Loyalty. I warn you, Queen's Loyalty is going to be boring as watching paint dry because the update is very mild. Indie gun porn. You have 2 minutes to vote. Seku, you may mail in ballot. Just state your preference in the chat, and I will go take a quick piss and get myself something to drink, and I recommend that y'all do the same.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation, etc. To encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft move. It's not about rights, freedoms, or the problems nearly so much as it is about encouraging a collectivist and daring a nationalist. People's community mentality, sentiments, and movement. Something similar is being pushed around a Scottish identity based on the young woman who rightly and heroically stood up for her stuffed instead of a propositional nation, or a nation, or based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. In Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s, it all came crashing down in 1945.
Alright, poll ended. Allegedly. Let's see, Venian. God, you guys suck. Alright, then we're doing indie slop since no one voted. Indie games. Yeah, no one voted. East of Eden. Hopefully it works. I have not tested this. Protected your PC. No, please just run. Thank you, Microsoft. Oh. I got myself some pretzel bites. Not the best thing you can snack on, but you know what? It works. Okay. Full screen, vertical sync on. Frame limit 60, ambient occlusion. What happens if I send it to 120? Surely it won't cook my PC. It's kind of pre-cooking my PC. Indie games do be like that. We may want to dismiss the horse. Golshi, you are dismissed. Overdrive. Oh, they have a stubby tube. I see. So that was to my question about master keys. Thank you for answering. Does this still cause my video card to choke? No? Okay. Maybe running 3 instances of Unity on top of each other wasn't great. Motion blur off, bloom standard. Convulsion, okay. I'm not sure what convulsion does, but we'll find out. Options. Oh, that's all the options I get? That's great. What's respawn? I want to press that button. I just start the game if I do that? Cool. Or I break the client. Either one works, I guess. I'm gonna grab another pretzel bite. She's not your favorite because of tits? Of course she's not. It just happens that way, more math. At 5-4, ridiculous, I love it. Did I break the fucking game? I sure did. Okay. You know what? Indie dev, please understand. Game successfully broken, absolutely. Developer successfully long-housed. I need to keep count of the pretzel bites I eat. I've had 2 so far. Well, 2 on stream and like 8 before. That's okay, I'm not allowed to be in a deficit for at least another couple of weeks. At least until I get my back fixed. Alright. Host. Number of players. Oh, this is potentially a multiplayer game. Okay. Network type, LAN, internet. Let's keep it LAN for now. You know what, internet? If you can find me, sure. Onii Dojo. Initialize. Yes, allow network access. Syndicate Fatales? What is this? Okay. I don't understand what's going on. Okay. Faction. Class. Skirmisher Scout. Oh hell yeah, the 10th Gyaru Infantry. Nah, fuck it, we ball. Character Nova. Aftershock Vina. Oh. I'm not gonna fix her, I can make her worse. Can I rotate her? No? Damn, that's a shame. Undead, okay, resistant to venom damage. Resistant to storm and solar damage. Oh, there's a whole system here, okay. Improved reload speed, handling, okay. I see how it is. Loadout, okay. Same as the honorable mention, the non-meme thing that you put together? Okay. How do I... Oh, okay. Oh, we're running the quad rail. I don't care about stats. Stats are for nerds. Fish gun, okay. Venom Magcelerator, okay. Nah, I'm keeping the quads on. Quad rail for life. Carry handle, not a fan. Slim lines if I can help it. Holographic sight, classic or slim. Classic, we go EOTech on everything. No, ACOG. Hunting scope, I wonder what that does. We'll get the fuck out. Combat optic. Yeah, let's keep EOTechs. We rerun it. Magazine. Coupled magazine, standard magazine, quick magazine, extended magazine, drum magazine, fixed drum, oh. DMR conversion. Neomatter fabricator, I assume? You fucking love East of Eden? Well, if you can find the server, then you can feel free to drop in, I guess. Is the Neomag fabricator a thing that just produces infinite ammo? Muzzle, standard muzzle, suppressor, bayonet, hell yeah. Extended comp, extended suppressor, compact compensator, compact suppressor. Keep a standard here. Side, okay, flashlight, laser sight. Gun shield, okay. Let's keep a laser and flashlight combo. Let's just do flashlight. Underbarrel, vertical grip. That's not how vertical grips work. Angled grip, okay. Underlight, 2 plates. Bipod, angled grip. Under laser. Master key, 20 gauge master key. Grenade launcher, flamethrower, missile launcher. Missile launcher for angled grip. I'm gonna go with the flamethrower. Save as preset 1. Doesn't... Oh, it does, okay. Alright. Sure, okay. Wait, that's just the primary. What's secondary weapon? Spaz 12, okay. Do I have other options? M3 Black Ice. This game not on Steam? It is not. Just Google East of Eden, you can get the current build for free off of, I think it's on Itch.io or something. The game will have a proper server finding when it's closer to completion. Ah, I see. Sorry about that. How do people do multiplayer? I can set up a session for us to fuck around with this. wood furniture on a Spas 12? Yeah, sure. Tactically. Oh, we can stack it to be... Okay, we can make it into Benellium 4. Okay. Listen, you give me an option to flex on the pores, I will take it. Hollow sight. Yeah, you know, EOTech goes on everything. Magazine. Standard tube, extended tube. Can I not have anything? Okay, muzzle device. Sawed-off choke, extended choke, compressed choke, compensated choke, duck-built choke. Benellium 4 with a suppressor. You paid extra for it back when I first discovered it. You know what? Choke the Gyaro. Side flashlight, laser sight, gun shield. The gun shield looks ridiculous. I'm gonna keep it for now. Right, stock. No. We have a telescopic stock. Standard receiver, shell stack. Finish, okay. Canyon, desert, hunter, midnight, navy, swamp, toxic, woodland. Let's go with woodland camo, just because funny. Okay, that's the secondary weapon. Now we have a sidearm. I would really like to rotate the model, but I guess I can't. Okay, standard issue. What are we changing here? Okay, so it's generic future bullshit. Semi-auto, extra round, heavy caliber, slow firing, sawed-off. Also, EOTech on a handgun is definitely a choice. Night vision scope. God, the tit on it looks kinda... Muzzle. Deluxe suppressor, always go deluxe. Underbarrel. Combined laser light. Carbine kit. Oh, hell yeah. Time to breach the NFA. Let's go just laser sight. Wield stun knife. Riot shield. Ah, okay, so it makes that sound when I'm out of my, out of the accoutrements that I can attach to it. I see. Utility. The hell is a utility? Explosive, long fuse, deals high amounts of damage. Smoke and metallic particles create concealment. Let's go for damage. We like damage. Alright, let's see how... Oh. Okay. Alright, ADS is still this. Aha, that's how we cycle weapons, okay. Oh, there's a person here. Seko, are you sure that, that you can't join games? Because I'm seeing people here. Are you absolutely 100% that you can't, that there's not matchmaking yet? Because someone's in the game. Whoa. Maybe these are bots. Oh, that's a friendly. Never mind, sorry. How do I throw grenades? Oh, okay, these are bots. Okay then, if you say so. Whoa! Someone's taking pot shots at me through the wall. You don't appreciate that? Can't quite tell who's friendly and who's not. Oh, the shotgun fucks. Okay, so these are bots. What do I do here? Is this capture the flag? Is it just deathmatch? Holy shit. Okay, this thing fucks. I would prefer that it had a bigger tube, but I will take it. I would like to have a capability for a... Oh, okay, there's items I can use, fair enough. Like Conquest and Battlefield? You say that like I've ever played Battlefield. I think that's one of mine. They ragdoll. Oh, I overextended. I'm also out of ammo. Need to go and get me some ammo and some kit. Hit V to go first, bro. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I significantly prefer that. Right, do I need to go into the enemy base and just, you know, capture it? Whoa! I almost ate shit there. The overpen on the walls is gonna do me dirty. How are you not dead? Is there a way for me to heal? I like the shotgun, outside of the fact that it only has 5 rounds in the tube. Like, I'm definitely never going to be forced to suffer the, what was it? The fucking retarded ATF import requirement that gimps all of the cool guns that need to be brought into the country. R924, I think. Whoa. Damn. Alright, let's try changing our class real quick. Sniper class, okay. Character. Oh, Wetworks. I'm loving the loadout, I'm not gonna lie. Hobbies, interests, scuba diving, you say? Loadout. Primary. Regulator Mark II. Belt-fed light machine gun. Sorry, I assumed this is going to be a sniper. Okay then, light machine gun it is. Nah, never mind. I want the sniper. I want to play sniper. Gib. Which one of you is the sniper? Oh, okay. You know what? Let's go for the shotgunner instead. Alright, per 12. Can I just load, yeah, just load this. However, I would like to get a bit more capacity, so... no side rail, but magazine. I would like a, an extended magazine tube. I probably don't need... Let me see. Don't need a suppressor. Sawed-off choke, extended choke, there we go. Compressed choke. Fire rate, hip fire accuracy, recoil. Alright, so this is fine. Yeah, let's keep it like this. I like this. Alright, what's our secondary? Oh, it's the same thing. Some of them have melee weapons too, okay. There's a lot going on here, just a second. Burst fire system, automatic fire, magnum frame. Bolt conversion. Venom charger. Let's go magnum. Sights, irons. I think irons are fine. Magazine, extended mag. Muzzle, suppressor classic. Underbarrel. Riot shield. Urban. Yeah, let's save that as a something. Alright, utility stuff. I like my grenades. Deploy. Alright, let's see. You said V's first? Whoa! Seku, if you figure out how I can host a multiplayer game, we're definitely doing that. Oh no, that's mine. I am just stupid. Already done it before, it's pretty simple. Well, you can tell me. That is not the preset I saved. What the fuck? This is some basic bitch iron sights. Excuse me. Did I not equip iron sights? Oh! Come here. Someone giving me back shots over there? Eat a dick, damn it. Alright, we'll figure this one out. Yeah, drop it in the Discord and then we'll sort ourselves out. enjoying this way too much. I don't understand what all the color coding is. The flamethrower is a little bit underwhelming, yet fun. What does the cache do? Okay, so the characters don't really do anything different between themselves, outside of the fact that they just have a different visual. Oh, that's my team. I need to stop team killing. It's generally considered as a no-no. I need to do anything to this? Oh, you're mine. Okay. Alright, equip armor, reload, give me my shotgun. Is there a leaning? Since the bots aren't leaning, I'm gonna assume that there's not. I'm gonna say this is one challenging game, can't even get out of the menu. Did you also set spawn? Oh, wait, you're not friendlies. Oh, you are friendlies, I'm just stupid. I want to step away from that nade. Oh, that was a smoke nade, okay. I do not understand how the flamethrower works. It just kills stuff eventually. We definitely need to run lobbies with this. Armor plate? Come on, do I not need any more? I like that I don't have my riot shield as I'm reloading. Did watch my ammo counts? Excuse me, I'll use your locker here real quick. Am I playing this wrong? Am I not understanding the mechanic here? Am I supposed to occupy other points of interest before I go to the base? I suppose I do. Alright, let's keep running and hopefully not catch strays. Okay, now I'm actually capturing something. Okay, so first I take it to neutral and then occupy the POIs. Aha. They seem to take issue with me doing that. No! Come on, I'm landing headshots. Ah. It's unfair. Okay. This is way too fun. This is ridiculous. Okay, we're definitely doing a play party with this. Alright, let me find another POI to occupy. This is probably more fun with, you know, allies that don't drink glue. Someone find the keybinds because it's vague as hell. Right click is ADS, left click is shoot, Q is cycle through weapons, E is use, V is first view. G is grenade. That's the only ones I've found so far. Alright, thank you. We're not gonna do that today, but we're definitely doing this at some point. That's a bit too snug of a throw there. I'll take that. Yeah, definitely needs a little bit more capacity. Not sure what this does. It's probably a health kit. What does the cash give you? Can I have... Here, catch. This a POI? This is a POI. So I can just hog this over here. And corner camp. They're none too happy about me doing this. Oh, very hostile work environment. Oh, this is ridiculous. No, that's one of mine. They're respawning pretty fast. What does Vital Essence do? Reloaded before I got here, but that's okay. I'm barely ADSing. I'm not sure that's... Well, hello there. Alright, we got it. Get some armor. When does this end? Is there an end game, or is it just, you know, whenever? I take issue with some of them being able to just, you know, tank an entire tube of shotgun ammo. While others just die from a stiff wind. Okay. I'm gonna reload this real quick. Let's pull back. Need to get some armor. This is unreasonably fun. reload my special ammo, I guess. How do I reload my flamethrower? Alright, I'm sort of starting to understand. The overlapping customizations make it a little bit confusing. Oh, who's fucking shooting at me? Fuck you. You're not in the POI, you're not supposed to be able to do that. Son of a bitch. Alright, let's quickly adjust our loadout here. Secondary. What do you need? Do you really need anything? Muzzle device. Compensator. Magazine. Yeah, Neomag, there you go. Infinite ammo. Just the way God intended. Underslung, yes. Let's get some sights. Oh, do we not get? Do we just, okay. I guess that's just a thing that happens now. Hey, but is there a final state of the game? Is it first to 100 or? Can I have an infinity magazine on the on the shotgun? Remember how to check? Okay. Well, we're taking the POI, I guess. We're sort of nearing 100. Let's see, if I can push it to 100, then so be it. Alright, there we go. We need to remember how to check for friendlies, because that's what I'm still struggling with. Alright, let's capture this POI over here. Alright, one more over here. Are the bots capturing anything, or is it just me? The handgun is doing work, actually. Like, I'm deleting their entire armor health bar with that thing. Okay. Fine, be that way. Is it only at the point where we have total control? Because I'm not sure I'm willing to dedicate that much time to achieve that. Just gonna yellow this grenade into their camp, fuck it. See, this is why I don't trust myself to run a shotgun. 7 shots and you're already out. Quickly check here. This is already ours. We'll take over that one on the top of the hill. Oh, that's ours. I think the ADS is not really helping. Whoa. Oh, double kill, nice. Who's shooting at me? This is unreasonably fun. Yes, I will continue to say this because I don't really have any more feedback. I am having my silly fun. I guess I can just take more of their stuff. Just dome a bitch from a building. First team to run out of respawns. Well, I feel like everyone else has already. Oh wait, I can't just leave? Is that not an option that's available to me? Am I forever stuck in this hell? Oh, that's one of ours. She's just died. Possibly of cringe. Like the shotgun, when it lands, it fucks. I guess as does every other weapon here. How do I leave? How do I end the game? Can I please leave? Can I start pressing random buttons to leave? Help. These are my item keys. I guess there's no leaving. War is hell. No, there is no leaving? Okay. I guess I'm not sure what I pressed. I pressed something. I've pressed something to detach my mouse from the game now. That's not great. We're just gonna do this. Alt. Okay, well, fuck it. Never mind. I figured it out anyway. This is fun, but it's getting late, and we're definitely gonna do more of this. Definitely going to do more of this. Oh boy, what is that? Let's see who we're rating. It's going to depend on the number of live bodies we have left, which is, you know, a respectable few. It seems that we have a lot of stealth Blue Archive enjoyers, duly noted. I'll try to entertain your people to the best of my ability next time. Let's see. Anyone who I should raid? Let's. You know, speaking of a repetitive hell, you know, let's raid Grimmy. I think she's all right. She's also just. Oh no, she's on a BRB screen. Never mind then. And we also got an ad. Damn, that's a shame. Well, in that case, oh, we're gonna raid Midas actually. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Core. I forget how. Core of Midas. There she is. Core of Midas. Fantastic. Let's start the raid. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure I want to know what's going on, but you will all be forced to suffer it. Looks like something positively horrific. I will stream on the 31st, and I may squeeze another stream in between because, well, I have nothing better to do with my time. So look forward to announcements. Follow the socials, buy my fucking patch. Pretty please, with sugar on top. Join the Discord. I only ping for streams, and I guess I'm gonna figure out how do we play East of Eden on a multiplayer server. This has been Onii-san reminding you to stay jolly and wishing you all a Merry Christmas. And the only other holiday we celebrate is fucking New Year's. Bye bye.
I'll put on my